return to business. So the next item on the agenda is action item number 5, final discussion and vote on the full final report, part 1, detail of historical atrocities. Is there any additions, changes, or discussion around um, action item number 5? Before we quick remark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the task force, ladies and gentlemen. I beg your indulgence that I would make a very direct comment here. For I feel that I could not and must not leave this assemblage in good conscience without expressing, as a human being, a pastor, and a civil rights activist for nearly 70 years. It was 62 years ago that I spent time in jail in Jackson, Mississippi. Why? Because when I went to the University of Mississippi Hospital to take my 85-year-old neighbor to the emergency room, a young white doctor came out with his stethoscope in his hand and jivingly said, "What's wrong with that boy?" And immediately, the prophet Amos came up in me. And I looked him dead in the eyes. I said, "What's wrong with you? Can't you see that this is a man and not a boy?" And this young man, with his bad manners, said, "I know what it is." And I retorted to him, "Well, your insistence on calling this gentleman a boy or an it is just a byproduct of stupidity. And when the nurse called the police to deal with this smart Negro, the sheriff came with the chief of police. They both looked at me and looked at the nurse and said, "What are we going to get him on this time?" You know what they said? "We're going to arrest him for using profanity in public." It was profane in Mississippi for an 85-year-old man to be called a man. Why do I cite all of this? I just could not keep quiet for what I heard this morning. For silence does make, as they say, a statement of consent. Finally, for the record, I want the world to know, even though we have free speech, but it was uncivilized, uncouth, and disrespectful for Bishop Williams. I wish he were here still to have made that unsavory, ungentlemanlike comment this morning, and you all heard it. Yes, I know we're upset. And we're angry about what this nation has done and what the world has done because of the color of our skin. But I also know that one great philosopher said, he or she whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. And I trust that in the subsequent proceedings of this task force, that this body, whoever's here, rise up in righteous indignation to hear such verbiage as came out of Bishop Williams' mouth, insulting the integrity, the personhood of a lady, the vice president of this nation. My mama taught me when I left home always, Amos, behave. Don't take anything that doesn't belong to you. Don't ask for anything. Let them offer it to you, and be kind. Thank you, Madam Chair. So let us be kind. We don't need to be just mad, but we ought to have righteous indignation for what this nation has done to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brown. So now we'll turn to action item number 5, final discussion and vote on the full final report, part 1, detail of historical atrocities. I'll turn to Senator Bradford.
If that's the appropriate time at this time. But first, let me start out by thanking this task force and all the staff at DOJ for the work, the tireless work that we have done for the last 2 years to bring us to this process and to culminate a final report. The final report will include 95 recommendations that will serve as the basis for deciding what reparations may ultimately look like once they're interpreted and approved by the legislature and the governor. With the process ahead of us, it is important that the intent of the recommendations as approved by the task force be very clear. As a body, we spent numerous hours debating and wordsmithing the recommendations. And while these may be clear to the members of this task force and the DOJ staff, it may not be clear to others who are reading the recommendations for the first time. Prior to the release of the task force interim report, the DOJ staff was allowed to do final review of the interim report recommendations and to provide edits that made the recommendations more succinct and to the point. This was done without changing the intent of the recommendations approved by the task force. I would like to propose the same opportunity be authorized, working in conjunction with both Assemblyman Jones-Sawyer's staff and my staff to give editorial discretion and working with the DOJ to make those reports. Make those edits, I should say. Specifically authorize Department of Justice staff to edit and make recommendations that will include the final reparations task force report, more succinct and to the point, so that the intent will be clear to those in the legislature who will be charged with analyzing and approving the policies. So I would hope that's a motion I would like to put forward.
Is there a second? I heard you. It's been moved by Senator Stephen Bradford and seconded by Member Tamaki that there be a advisory committee comprising of Senator Bradford and Reggie Jones-Sawyer, who will work with the DOJ to finalize the report and make sure that it's succinct as possible as it relates to the intent of what we decided in March 2022. Is that a good synopsis of the motion?
Yeah, I think it's the same process that we did on the interim report. So,
okay. Is there any discussion on the matter? Could you state the motion one more time, please? Can you restate it, Senator Bradford, please?
That, again, the DOJ staff will have discretion to edit in a similar fashion that they did on the interim report, working with both Assemblyman Jones Sawyer staff and my staff as well, to make sure it's something that will be acceptable by the legislature in order to move forward to the governor's desk.
In terms of discussion, can you describe, since this process has already happened in the past, can you give a synopsis of what that process was like for the interim report? What did it entail?
Just works, making sure that we made it very succinct in a legislative process. That's something that you can move into final legislation or bill, because again, we can throw a whole lot of things out there, but in order to get legislation done, it has to be very succinct, drilled down to the point. So that's all. We just want to make sure that we wordsmith it as best as possible so it's deliverable and where Ledge Council is agreeable with it as well.
Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote. Aye.
Aye.
For the record, I vote aye. I didn't vote, I'm sorry. I thought I did. I apologize. Member Tamaki. Yeah. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There were 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you. So now we'll return to the action item actually on the agenda, which is action item number 5. So are there any questions, comments related to this action item? Okay, I have one comment. In preparing for this penultimate meeting, I reviewed all of the meeting minutes for the past 2 years, so for the past 15 hearings. Just prefacing that. So the comments that I have relates to page 39 of the interim report. So I spoke to the DOJ about this in April of last year. On page 39, there is a sentence that reads, "Name changes, destruction of culture, inaccurate records, forced family separation, and other consequences of 400 years of racial oppression make it extremely difficult to trace which Black individuals living today are American descendants of people who were enslaved." I raised this concern with this particular sentence again with the California DOJ last year before our April hearing in San Francisco, noting that this particular sentence has no citation. The task force did not come up with that conclusion. And I noted that this sentence needs to be taken out entirely. A great number of African Americans can trace their lineage to the period of enslavement. With technology today, it's easier than ever before, or to an ancestor living to the period in the South prior to 1900, which is a rebuttable presumption of being a descendant of slaves, as mentioned by one of our expert witnesses, Dr. Evelyn McDowell. Also, an African American reader of this report may also find this particular sentence highly offensive and culturally insensitive, as it also goes against the majority of expert testimony on the issue. And so in raising that concern with the California DOJ before our April hearing, I asked if I needed to raise that concern in the public at the April hearing, and I got confirmation via email stating the following. I do recall your request to delete the reference below from the text. I'm going to look into what happened and why it was not omitted from the final copy of the interim report. I will also inquire about whether we can make the change now, as well as add any additional acknowledgements to the report, or if we must wait until the final draft to make any additional edits. Further, the California DOJ stated via email, I was able to get some further clarification on this issue. As you know, there were several versions of the report flying back and forth between task force members and DOJ staff. Apparently, the sentence you referenced was located in 2 different places within the report. One was deleted from page 453, but the other one on page 39 slipped by. I'm informed that there are some additional fixes being made to the report. I will flag this one and provide to the advisory committee the additional acknowledgements you requested. So summarizing, in this reproduction of the interim report, that problematic sentence is still in this draft section. Raised the issue again in preliminary meetings with the DOJ about let's just delete it. However, they requested that I make this concern known to the public and entertain a motion to formally delete this sentence out of the report. Page 39 of the interim report. Sure, I'll have to pull it up. Third paragraph. And I'll speak up when it comes to action item 10, where I am going to entertain a motion that we do have an independent section for the community of eligibility. And when we get there, I will explain why. But I think that in that community of eligibility section, that would be the appropriate section to chronicle this 10-month-long debate that we had that led up to the majority of us voting in favor of lineage. I think it's appropriate for task force members' concerns around that decision to be memorialized in some sense in that particular section, but we did not come up with the conclusion that tracing lineage is difficult. Member Groves, you recognize.
So I appreciate your concern, but I think perhaps it may go a little too far. I wouldn't recommend removing it, but perhaps softening some of the language, because the truth is, well, there's a couple of issues here. One, we've never tried to really trace the lineage for a large proportion of African Americans in this country. So we don't know fully how easy or difficult it really is. Second, there is the reality that records have been burned and destroyed in courthouses that burned down, that records were not kept accurately and consistently from certain parts of the country, certain states, certain counties, et cetera. So at the end of the day, for some people, it is in fact difficult to find records to substantiate one's lineage. So perhaps that rather than removing it, because it does in fact reflect the experience for some of us, that the language be that, and other consequences of 400 years of racial oppression make it difficult for some to trace which. I think that's a fairer statement than completely removing it.
So again, if that would be the change, it would have to be followed up with a citation. Do you have a citation in mind?
Do you have a citation in mind that says that it's not difficult for anyone?
Yeah, that's exactly why I followed up by saying that we need to have an independent section on the community of eligibility that chronicles the debate that we had over 10 months, where both sides, so to speak, if you want to characterize it as such, can be memorialized in that particular section. And the citations could be the expert witnesses and personal witnesses that gave testimony in February 22 and March 2022.
Right. We didn't really have a full discussion on the issue because, well, we ran out of time, frankly. So,
Oh, we did, because initially we were going to vote on lineage eligibility in February 2022. And again, I read the minutes for the past 2 years. It was then pushed to March 2022. So we had 2 full hearings on deciding on who should be eligible. But even prior to that, we've had debates and discussions on the community of eligibility as official discussion items on the agenda.
Chair,
Member Holder, you're recognized.
call for the question.
Question is called. There was no motion made, so
Well, there's no motion made on this section.
again, I'm calling to entertain a motion to delete that sentence from page 39, as it was already deleted in another section in the report last year. So I'm calling for it to be fully deleted. And then on top of that, I'm asking for an independent section on eligibility where the debate on eligibility will be chronicled and memorialized. And that section would have the background of eligibility, a description of our decision and rationale. So just briefly summarize for now, I want to entertain a motion to delete the sentence from page 39, as the DOJ already deleted that same sentence from another part of the report last year. So we need to complete that by deleting the sentence on page 39. You want to entertain a motion on that? Sure. Name changes, destruction of culture, inaccurate records, forced family separation, and other consequences of 400 years of racial oppression make it extremely difficult to trace which Black individuals living today are American descendants of people who were enslaved. Name changes, destruction of culture, inaccurate records, forced family separation, and other consequences of 400 years of racial oppression make it extremely difficult to trace which Black individuals living today are American descendants of people who were enslaved. And again, the California DOJ wrote via email. That sentence was deleted from page 453, but the other one on page 39 slipped by.
I move to delete the aforementioned sentence from page 39.
It has been properly moved by member Scott Lewis and properly seconded by member Montgomery Stepp that the aforementioned sentence, name changes, destruction of culture, inaccurate records, forced family separation, and other consequences of 400 years of racial oppression make it extremely difficult to trace which Black individuals living today are American descendants of people who were enslaved, is deleted from page 39, as it was already deleted on page 453. Is there a discussion on the matter?
Yeah, I'm just want clarity. The motion or suggestion that Dr. Grills made, does that not capture a more inclusive approach to this?
No, it doesn't. And my suggestion, which will come in action item 10, is it would actually support what Dr. Gross is saying, in that if that is the opinion of any individual task force member or any personal or expert witnesses that we've invited, that's fine. Put that in its own independent section where that, history of our debate over the past 2 years is in that section. But we didn't come to a conclusion that is difficult to trace. It's already been deleted in one part of our report into the California DOJ's admittance. They were going to delete it on page 39, but it slipped by. So it has no need to be in there.
So is the DOJ saying they missed that in the initial report, or was it intentionally left in there, in that section?
Is it on? Okay, sorry.
The line that was referenced in the report, and I don't recall the timing of it. I think it had to do with various direction that was coming to us in terms of what needed to be included. I recall we did delete one of those lines on the page that was referenced. Sitting here, I don't have an independent recall as to why the other one didn't get deleted, whether it was a matter of timing because it had already gone to print or for some other reason. But I'm not able to state.
Is there any other discussion on the
So
matter?
would leaving it in create conflict to what our intentions are, or does removing it bring us more clarity?
Who are you directing that
I'm to DOJ.
There's nothing else in the report that contradicts that statement. It currently stands on its own in the place that it's in.
Member Jones Sawyer, you're recognized.
I do remember this conversation. I do remember there was a discussion, so I think I brought it up, about individuals who are in the foster care system, or individuals who are homeless, or individuals who just don't have the financial capability to be able to find out their ancestry. And that is a fact, that it would be difficult for some individuals. I think the statement is just acknowledging that for some, as Dr. Grill said, for some, it may be difficult. It's just acknowledging a fact. And if according to the chair, if no member brought it up, I would say that's inaccurate, because I did. And then two, if the chair is saying that all it takes is one member to bring it up, then I will say it again, that statement is just a statement of accuracy, in that it is not definitive that every African American in the state of California can find out how far their lineage goes back. It's not going to be easy for everyone, and we need to acknowledge that. And I think that's all it's doing. It's not saying it can't be done, and it's not saying that it can't be done but for everyone. I think it kind of expresses the challenges of it, and why Mr. Bradford and I may need a statement like that. If we need to provide funding, or if we need to provide technical assistance, if we need to provide whatever it takes to ensure that every descendant of slave can trace their heritage, and that California may have to help with that, we may need that statement in there. Otherwise, it gives the impression that anyone who believes they're a descendant of slave can easily find out who they are. And then when they come and try to verify so they can get their reparations, they're turned back because they don't meet a threshold that is set forth by California to reach that. And so I think it's really important that we acknowledge it, so that we can make sure that that we don't leave anyone behind that is deserving of reparations, that fall in this category.
Thank you, Member Jones Sawyer. Member Scott Lewis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Moore. So there are a couple of things. For me, I recognize that this is a very strong claim that being made in this section, that is about immigration and migration patterns, should be cited appropriately. It's a very meaningful claim with significant consequences. And when I say significant consequences, those consequences include the sense of identity of African Americans who descend from slavery, as well as the request or the recommendation that we are making in another section of the final recommendations for the agency. And so I think there is something to be said for what the role of this statement in this section is and what it does. And I don't find it to be a terribly effective or useful statement in this section. I think it's appropriate for us to talk about the challenges that some individuals may face in tracing their lineage. And that is why we are advocating or recommending that there be an agency to help with that. But I think what this does is and I made a comment about this well over a year ago, that there is a very dangerous, pernicious myth that African Americans who descend from slavery don't come from somewhere, don't come from people. And there is something really dangerous about even subtly perpetuating this myth that people cannot establish from where and from whom they are from. That is for me, that is the basis of what we're doing here. It is the basis of recognition. And I appreciate that. But so I think, there's a reason why we are advocating for the development of an agency, where we have written that part of the job of that agency would be to help people determine this. And I think there is something about it being located in this, which is a section on immigration and migration patterns, right? That is then immediately followed about, that by 2060, right, the Black foreign-born population is projected to make up about 1/3 of the US Black population. There's something in there that it doesn't actually sit quite well with me, if I'm being honest. And I appreciate you, Chair Moore, for bringing this to, bringing this up. There is an appropriate place for us to talk about the challenges of tracing lineage. And we recognize that. We understand that. And for all the reasons that you and Professor Grills bring up, I don't think it belongs here because it's out of context here.
Is there any other discussion on the matter? Question is called. I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
I will begin the roll call beginning with the chairman. Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Member Bradford. Abstain. Member Grills. Member Grills votes no. Member Holder. Member Holder abstains. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer votes no. Member Lewis. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki.
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 9 members present and voting. There were 4 ayes, 2 abstentions, and that is correct. There are 5 ayes, there are 2 abstentions, and 2 nays.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There are 5 ayes, 2 abstentions, and 2 nays. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Is there any other comments related to this particular action item? Again, Part 1, detail of historical atrocities, which is essentially chapters 1 through 13 of the interim report that will be reproduced in our final report. Hearing none, I will turn to the next action item. Huh? Oh, right, yeah, sure. Sure, so now we will vote on the main item, which is final discussion and vote on full final report, Part 1, detail of historical atrocities. It's been moved, is there a second? It's been properly moved by Member Montgomery Stepp and properly seconded by Senator Stephen Bradford to approve Part 1, detail of historical atrocities. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing none, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you. I will begin with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown?
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford? Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? I'm sorry? Not voting? Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There are 8 ayes, 1 not voting or abstention.
Thank you. There are 8 ayes, 1 abstention, and thus the ayes have it and the motion carries. We have finalized Part 1 of the full final report, detail of historical atrocities as amended. So the next item on the agenda is final discussion and vote on the full final report, Part 2, International Reparations Framework and examples of other reparation schemes. Are there any comments, questions related to this section of the report? And I'll start off by saying thank you to the California DOJ for, I think I said this at the other hearing, but adding the genocide section. It's very comprehensive, and thank you for that. Any other comments, questions? So I have a comment. So in this section, the International Reparations Framework, in this section, this is really about the International Reparations Framework. However, there is a section in this report around the domestic history of the reparations movement as it relates to African Americans. When I read through this particular section, that part did seem to feel misplaced. And so I think that it would be good if we entertain a motion to move the examples of other international reparatory efforts to Chapter 14 that encompasses the International Reparations Framework. And the section that's on the history of the reparations movement be taken out of the section of the International Reparations Framework, and it is in its own separate section, Chapter 15, which would be our new chapter on the community of eligibility. So again, as of right now, when you read the International Reparations Framework and examples of other reparation schemes, again, it gives you an overview of the international reparations standards. It gives you the example of international reparations examples, and then it talks about the history of the reparations movement in the United States as it relates to African Americans. I think that particular section around the history of the reparations movement in the United States for African Americans needs to be pulled out into its own chapter that will then be the chapter on the community of eligibility. And that background, I mean, that part that's already in this report, that will be the background for the community of eligibility section. Then there will have to be a description on how we decided who should be eligible, and then a rationale. So just to be more clear, entertaining a motion for Chapter 14 to only include the International Reparations Framework and examples of other international reparation schemes, taking out the section on the history of reparations movement for African Americans that cites people like enslaved people themselves, like Belinda Sutton, Callie House, descendants of slaves like Queen Mother Moore. That's an amazing section written by the DOJ. That should serve as the first or the introduction section to our new community of eligibility chapter. So again, I'm gonna stop here, but in my opinion, there should be, chapter 14 should only focus on international law, the international reparation framework and examples of other reparation schemes internationally, taking out that section on the history of the reparations movement in the United States, putting it in its own chapter. Senator Bradford.
Yeah, I just got a little concerned with that because I think doing that makes the assumption that there's going to be a new chapter of eligibility. Shouldn't you have to do that first? You would have to first establish a new chapter before you could take the actions that you're asking for at this point.
Oh, sure. So just going to bring it up on action item 10, because I personally thought that would be more relevant to do that. But to your point, I take heed to what you're saying. I think you're correct. So I think the first motion should be to entertain a motion to create a new chapter on eligibility. And again, reading the minutes for the past 2 years, our first hearing, June 2021, we voted on the structure and the contents of not only the interim report, but also the final report. And in the final report, there is supposed to be already a section on eligibility. And out of report 1 and report 2, all of the sections are in this draft final report except for eligibility. Eligibility is not in the draft final report, even though June 2021 at our first meeting, we said that that was going to be in the report before we even knew who was going to be eligible. Before we even made that decision, we said that that is going to have its own standalone section. But as it stands right now, there is no chapter on eligibility. So the motion should be to have a new chapter on eligibility as we voted on June 2021. And technically, it's not necessarily new because, again, we voted in June 2021 that our final report would have a section on eligibility. So, I mean, in terms of discussion, entertain a motion to, as voted on in June 2021, have a chapter on eligibility. And as noted, the determination of eligibility is one of the most important decisions the task force made, and it will be very important to upcoming legislation. As such, a more thorough account of the recommendation on eligibility in the report is necessary. The section, again, as I said earlier, should include a background on the decision, the description of the decision, and a rationale for the decision. And my point is the rationale for the decision already exists in this final draft, but it's in the section under international reparations with the tab, the history of the reparations movement in the United States. My point is that there needs to be a chapter on eligibility. The rationale is already in there. And all we would have to do for this chapter would be to include a background on the decision. That would include, comments from task force members about their thoughts. It would include citations from our personal and expert witnesses. And then it will include a description of the decision that we made in March 2022. And that way everybody is satisfied because everyone's thoughts and opinions will be reflected in this chapter on eligibility. Member Montgomery, step, you're recognized.
I just have a question to the DOJ. Since it was in that original framework that we voted on, was there internally, was there any reason why that was not included?
my understanding is that in June of 2021, which was the first meeting, that there was no established format to the report. So there would not have been any vote to establish a section of a report when no sections of the report had been established at that time. I don't know if there were any discussions about simply acknowledging whatever the community eligibility would be in a report, but there was not a decision made to establish an entire section dedicated to that point.
Can the DOJ please pull up pages 5 and 6 of the June 1, 2021 meeting minutes? Pages
I
5
would
and
say
6.
before we do that, the task force has voted already on the format of the report. It's been voted on several times. And so if there is going to be a change to that format, then there would have to be a 2/3 majority vote to reorganize the report to include this section.
Again,
Madam Chair.
can you please pull up pages 5 and 6 of the June 2021 meeting minutes? Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
In public testimony, there has been the matter raised about there being more clarity around eligibility. So what is the problem? My comment was that there has been, during public testimony, pointed questions regarding there being more clarity around this issue of eligibility. So why are we quibbling about it? Department of Justice? Why would we be quibbling about this?
I don't think there's any quibbling. The DOJ takes direction based on votes. So if there's a vote to do something, that's the direction that we take. We don't sift through comments that are made throughout the meetings and intersperse them, in terms of how we move forward in drafting the minutes. And I think that's the point on this particular section. We're pulling up the minutes now to see if they reflect a vote on the pages that Chair Moore referenced.
Thank you. Member Groves, you're recognized.
I'm just following, I'm trying to understand procedure here. So if you call for a motion and no one made a motion, then shan't we move on?
I was about to make a motion.
Yeah, he was about to make a motion, and then Member Montgomery Stepp had a question to the California DOJ.
Okay, well then let's make a motion.
Madam
And-
Chair, I move that we include that. Are you ready for motion?
Yeah, but I want people to see pages 5 and 6 of the meeting minutes because we made a vote on that, and the meeting minutes are very clear. It says the staff recommended that the report be issued in 2 parts. Part 1 of the report would be published June 1, 2022. Part 2 of the report would be published by July 1, 2023. Now, I'm going to read the contents of Part 1 and Part 2. All the contents of Part 1 are in the interim report. The following topics would be included in Part 2. An apology, that's in the final draft. International law justification, that's in the final draft. Economic rationale, that's in the final draft. Eligibility, not in the final draft. Summary of existing reparation schemes, that's in the final draft. Recommendations, that's in the final draft. How to educate the California population, that's the final draft. Out of all the contents we voted on having in Part 1 and Part 2, the only section that's not in the final draft is on eligibility.
I see the citation that you're referencing. The minutes reflect that the following topics would be included. Eligibility is a topic. It's not a section. It's not a chapter. It is included throughout the report. And we do discuss eligibility throughout the report, just like we discuss health, international law justifications. All of those different topics are covered in the report. So the vote that took place subsequent to this June meeting was to organize the report according to parts, according to chapters. That has been voted on several times. At no point was there a request to make eligibility its own section or its own chapter. But what has been done in accordance with the June 2021 minutes is that the topic of the community of eligibility has been covered throughout the report.
As of right now, eligibility is referenced in a footnote. And if you look at this, right, these bullet points, each of the bullet points represents a standalone chapter of report 1 and report 2, right? So any reasonable person would look at that and see that eligibility, as all the other topics, would have to have a standalone chapter as well.
I think it would be appropriate if the task force chooses to vote on establishing, if that is the will of the task force, but again, that was not the direction that we received, and the votes that took place that established the structure of the report in all of the preceding meetings never included its own chapter or its own part. So we were following the directive of the task force and the votes that were taken when we structured it the way that we did.
Thank you, Attorney Brown. So again, looking to entertain a motion to have a standalone chapter for eligibility. As
Madam Chair, I move that we include a standalone chapter that's clear, palpably clear, direct, and definitely understood by the general public.
Is there a second? Okay, so it has been properly moved by Vice Chair Brown and properly seconded by Member Montgomery Stepp that there be a standalone chapter on the community of eligibility. Parliamentarian Johnson, you recognize.
I'm sorry, yes. Okay, so in order to effect what you're seeking to do, you need to do a reconsideration of the action that was previously taken. In order to do that, you make a motion for reconsideration. And then, I'm sorry, rescission, because it was already made, and it was made at a prior meeting, so you cannot do it at the same meeting you're voting on.
Okay,
But
we
you-
can do
but wait,
that.
what you can move to do the, the rescission of the last action. And after you do that, because it wasn't noticed, it's not on the agenda, it would have to be set. And so you would have to call, and you can do that, another meeting because you may have more than just this. So, you're going to have to put that down for another meeting. But the first step is to get the 2/3 vote in order to take the action that you're seeking.
Senator Bradford's motion to create an advisory committee, that wasn't on the agenda either.
Pardon me?
The earlier motion that Senator Bradford introduced around creating a committee to work with the DOJ to have discretion on finalizing the contents of the report, that wasn't on this agenda. I'm making a note to you on that.
Okay, I want to make a note
aside.
back.
Mhm.
At the time that was done, the motion that was up was with regard to the action number 5. If you look at the motion, that's what was made. That was a motion that was made. Then to that motion, he moved to have the editorial team address that motion, and he said, and all others. So it was captured in that. This is not that. This is a separate item, and it is, I'm not sure, but it would seem to me this could come up more than once, as you may have other actions that you're going to address. So what you're doing is you're asking to reconsider or rescind an action that was previously made. And you can't, I'm not saying you can't do it, because you can. The vote has to be there. And if once that's voted on, then you take the next step in making sure that everyone, first of all, they have the document. And you're talking about an entire criteria, which has to go to the public. You can't just do it in, here with one person seeing it. not only do you have to see it, but all of the members of the task force must be aware of it, must be noticed of what it is that you're including in eligibility. The public has to be made aware of it as well, so that they know that when it's going to be discussed in terms of those eligibility factors, that they have an opportunity to be heard as well.
Parliamentarian Johnson. So again, that June 2021 vote, that was a vote. We never did a motion to rescind that June 2021 vote.
The last motion you did a motion to reconsideration, which you can do at the same meeting when the original vote takes place. This happened, as you said, I believe April, I'm not sure when, but it was not today. So you have to, I mean, this is the procedure. Is that's what you have, what you have to do.
Member Montgomery Stepp, you're recognized.
I'm looking at those minutes, and in part one, we did decide on what the chapters would be, but it also describes what turned into chapters as topics for part one. And so the only out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 bullet points. The only one that doesn't have a chapter is eligibility. They're all, they all have, and the only reason why I'm bringing it up, because there was an argument made, or not an argument, but a point made that the topics are not necessarily chapters, but they're all chapters with all the bullet points. And so I don't, I wish we didn't have to go back to the drawing board. But this, we did vote on this, and the way that it seemed to have been interpreted back then is what our report looks like now, except for eligibility.
I think so.
Hello? I understand how there may be divergent thinking on this. Again, the topics that were listed there are the topics. This task force has voted at least 3 times on the structure of the report. At no point did any task force member say, we're missing an eligibility chapter or part, we need to include it. So what you have before you is what you have voted on 3 times. And if you would like to reconsider that, you are, as Parliamentarian Johnson indicated, you do have that right, but it would require you to rescind your prior vote on the organization of this report. And once that motion is approved with the 2/3 majority, a subsequent motion can be made to include that. But to Parliamentarian Johnson's point, we cannot draft an entire chapter without the task force's approval of that, which would have to be duly noticed and voted upon in a subsequent meeting. So that would be the procedure, not to say that it can't be done,
Right.
but it has to be done in that way.
That part, I do understand that, and I get the procedural part, but looking at the minutes, that's what the minutes say. And so I don't know, which is why I asked the original question. I don't know how that decision was made. Like you said, it came before us and we voted on it. But the most of our conversation in these last 2 years has been about eligibility. And I also think for purposes of the historical record, to capture that conversation is going to be important for the nation as they're going to look at it. So if it was something we missed, that's fine. I can accept that. But in the minutes, every other bullet point has a chapter, except for that one.
Yes, Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
So thank you, Member Montgomery Stepp, for that. I could just tell you how I sort of interpreted the whole thing. It was pretty clear from March of 2022 what the requirements were in connection with lineage. And I don't know how that was approached by other members, but I reviewed hundreds, literally hundreds of pages of proposals for repair, as well as the interim report. And the sort of wrapper and filter and screen that I used was lineage. So for instance, on health and education, to the extent it was practical, I tried to basically apply that. And I think there are many areas in each of the proposals actually where it says exclusively on monetary and monetary equivalent reparations. You know, not only cash, but then tuition, loan assistance, tax exemptions, all of that stuff is clearly descendants. So I didn't expect a separate chapter. And so when we've had these proposals for literally months, okay, and for each hearing, we read them again. They were sort of modified, they were edited, but that descendancy lineage issue was infused in every single proposal. So I did not expect this and to have a separate chapter. And so I'm just concerned about timing. And your point is well taken. I understand what the point that the chair is making. I don't want to diminish that, but we are supposed to be down to the final nits of this. And that to me means non-substantive changes. And the reason is we have to get this approved. It then goes to a formatting and then a printer. And when the final report, which will be easily in excess of 1,000 pages, is presented to the legislature at the end of June, it's not like we're going to go on. We are done. I mean, we no longer exist as a body. So literally, we are, as a practical matter, out of time. So we've had these proposals for months. That was my interpretation, that lineage would be applied throughout. And I did that on the chapters that I read, and I was with Pastor Brown overseeing education and healthcare in particular. But I applied that to the other proposals as well. And I thought we did that pretty faithfully. I like this report. I think it's well balanced. I think it recognizes the harm to descendants and directs compensation in that direction. And I think the policy proposals also apply special emphasis to descendants. And so I'm struggling with how we do this, really. I mean, I don't know, I get the point about, it would be nice to have a standalone chapter, but I wish this had been raised like 9 months ago. And so, and now we're basically up against a legislative deadline where legally speaking, we will no longer exist. So
Vice, okay, everyone, okay, Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized, and then we'll turn to Member Jovan Scott Lewis. Thank you.
An old preacher in Mississippi said, who never gone to Harvard, Morehouse, or Stanford, there's one room that's never filled, and that is the room for improvement. There's one room that's never filled, and that's the room for improvement. And I feel it to be personally disingenuous for us to sit up here after having listened with these ears to the public, and there was continuously the question raised about the need for clarity around eligibility. Now, if we can't deal with that, there's a cat on the line somewhere. Big old cat.
Member Scott Lewis, you're
I call
recognized.
for the question.
Hello. Thank you, Chair Moore, for the recognition. I want to just respond to Member Montgomery's steps as to why we may have gotten here in this way. Throughout AB 3121, the question of eligibility in every instance is directly tied to compensation. In the instances where the question of eligibility has been asked of the task force to answer, as part of our duties, it is explicitly asked in relationship to compensation. Who will be eligible for compensation? And so, in the compensation chapter, the recommendations that the economists have worked on, there, right, was a need at last meeting for further clarification, a more declarative statement as to who we were talking about. And I asked that we also clarify when we're talking about beneficiary-driven policies and programs, that we make very clear that those beneficiary-driven policies and programs are directed towards the eligible community that we define. And so I'm trying to give you some context as to, or at least my understanding is why we might have gotten to this point without a standalone chapter on eligibility. Because AB 3121 asks us to deal with the question of eligibility as it relates to compensation. Who are we giving money to? And that's what we decided on. And that's what the recommendations, really do bear out. So I just want to clarify that. Everybody knows where I stand on the issue of eligibility. Everybody understands where I am on the question of recognition. But I just, from a procedural standpoint, from the vantage point of the history of how we've kind of moved from meeting to meeting, right? I think that there was an underlying understanding that what we're talking about is eligibility as it relates to compensation. At last meeting, I asked the DOJ, and I followed up in email, I think maybe a day after or 2 days after the deadline, but to make sure that that is more clearly stated. I would agree, and I think there was comments in the public comment section this morning that what I asked for at the last meeting and what I asked for in the email perhaps were not adequately responded to. And so I think, if the DOJ can maybe speak to how we might better declaratively and with respect and recognition identify and recognize the eligible community as we are asked to do in relationship to AB 3121's mandate, that would be really helpful. And then we can maybe decide what we need to do in terms of further recognizing the community of eligibility. Because it does need to be clear. I completely agree. It needs to be very clear. And it needs to be clear that what we're talking about, when we're talking about eligibility, we're talking about compensation and we're talking about beneficiary-driven policies and programs. Those things are for the eligible community. So that needs to be clear. And so if we can maybe get clarification from the DOJ as to how within the limits that we're working with, because we are working with limits, and and you're right. Maybe we can come back tomorrow. But I live up the street, so But seriously though, I think it would be helpful if you can maybe tell us what that could look like, and then we could see if we would be satisfied with that, and then we could actually make a motion with clarity and with hopefully consensus about how to respect and recognize this community that we've long established is the community eligibility based upon lineage and descent.
So yes, absolutely. And obviously this has been a subject of conversation, substantial conversation for the last 3 meetings, substantial, across both the monetary components and the policy components. So from the last meeting, based on your feedback, to this meeting, or from the last version of the report to the final version of the report, we have done a number of things to emphasize specifically feedback on a number of the different policy proposals, where we made very clear, essentially descendants first, in many cases descendants only, and made very clear that those even policies that are applicable to the entire general public, the intent is that they directly beneficially impact descendants first. When I use the term descendants, I'm using it as defined by the task force's vote on March 29th, 2022. So we've upped that across the entire policy section. In the section on financial compensation, chapter 17, we also included a number of different references. I think looking at it now, especially in the light of this conversation, I think we can do more. And I think, to Member Montgomery Stepp's point, that is the eligibility conversation. And so I have sort of, as the conversation's been progressing, put together a little draft of a sort of a paragraph that I can read to everybody. I don't have it on a slide because I've just been putting together, but it's essentially a conclusion to the chapter 17, bringing the entire chapter together. This title of the subheading is Conclusion and Recommendation Regarding Monetary Compensation for the Eligible Class. The discussion is as follows. As set forth in this chapter, even limited to the relatively few categories of harms that the task force found to be calculable, the immense nature of the loss is significant. This loss must be compensated with monetary payments as set forth in this chapter to those who suffered the loss. The task force reiterates its recommendation that, however the legislature ultimately determines to make monetary payments for these losses, those monetary payments should be restricted to the African-American descendants of a chattel enslaved person or descendants of a free Black person living in the United States prior to the end of the 19th century, members of the eligible class as defined by the task force. And so that's basically a synthesis of the data, how it translates, and a very strong statement that that is the intent of the task force.
Okay.
I have a question. Go ahead, Member Scholar, what you recognize?
So thank you for that. And so I was having heard that, I wanted to know from my colleagues, what else do we think is missing? What, right? I mean, I want us to have this conversation because I think there is again, right? If we say that this is, if we can agree ultimately that this is an appropriate place to make that kind of statement and commentary, then I think we can, within the limits of time and capacity and authority, say as much as we want to say about eligibility within this already established and voted on chapter on compensation. Meaning, so that could be a starting point for the discussion around an elaboration on eligibility. And so what I want, I mean, and this may even incorporate what you were saying earlier, Chair Moore, about moving the section from the comparative models of reparations into the eligibility discussion, meaning we could have a much more robust chapter, but that chapter will still be tying the issue of eligibility to compensation. That's what AB 3121 asked us to do. And so the question I think I have for discussion here is, what more would we want the discussion on eligibility to say? And I agree that it should say more.
So I think that there needs to be an independent chapter. In that chapter would be a background on, the history of the reparations movement in the United States, which is inherently based on lineage. When you think about people who are already referenced in that section, like Belinda Sutton, like Hallie House, like Queen Mother Ollie Moore, who created the Reparations Committee for Descendants of American Slaves, to Malcolm X. These are already people referenced in our report in that particular section on the history of the reparations movement in the United States. That will serve as that could serve as the introduction for the standalone eligibility chapter. After that section, which again already exists, it's just in a misplaced section. It's in the international framework section right now, which is really awkward, right? That be moved to the eligibility chapter, and then the rest of the chapter will be a description of our decision. So chronicling that 10-month-long debate, capturing all sides of the issue, right? Capturing all sides of task force members' opinions about the issue, capturing all sides of the personal expert testimony on the issue, and then the conclusion. Thanks, Michael, Attorney Newman, for typing that up during the break. That's not necessarily sufficient, but I think it serves as a good first step, right? the last part of that chapter will provide a rationale for our decision, why the task force voted in favor of lineage. So, and on to answer your question, Member Jovan Scott Lewis, the first part of the standalone section will be a background of the history of lineage-based reparations movement, which again already exists in our final draft. It's just in the international reparations framework section. The second part of the chapter will provide a comprehensive overview or description of the 10-month-long debate that culminated into the majority of task force members voting to affirm lineage-based reparations. And the conclusion will provide a rationale for why we decided to affirm lineage-based reparations.
Thank you, Chair Moore. Any other members of the task force have a response to my question about?
I have a question though, because that's something that I wanted to raise in the part 5 of the agenda item, because the sentence that Member Tamaki read, while recommending that monetary reparations be limited to the eligible class, the task force recognizes that the 5 pillars of reparations and AB 3121 require that it also endeavor to ensure cumulative harms of the past 4 centuries do not continue to be visited upon living African Americans and on society in California and the United States. At the same time, many recommendations cannot be implemented only for descendants and must instead be framed to benefit the larger community of African American Californians, or even all Californians. That sentence I was going to advocate actually needs to be deleted, because that actually represents the motion. After reading through all the meeting minutes from the past 2 years, that sentence reflects the motion that failed. That represents the motion that failed when we were having our community of eligibility discussion. The motion that passed was, and I quote, Member Lewis moved to define that the community of eligibility for reparations, it didn't distinguish monetary from other forms. It says, Member Lewis moved to define that the community of eligibility for reparations be based on lineage, determined by an individual being an African-American descendant of a chattel enslaved person or a descendant of a free Black person living in the United States prior to the end of the 19th century. Member Montgomery Steps seconded the motion. The motion that failed was as follows. This is on page 10 and 11 of the March 2022 minutes. Member Holder moved to amend the motion to define the community of eligibility to be consistent with the 2.6 million African Americans in the state of California, with an understanding that there will be special lineage considerations determined by an individual being an African American descendant of a chattel enslaved person or the descendant of a free Black person living in the United States prior to 1900. So again, to conclude, that sentence around in our final report that the California DOJ inputted, where it says, while recommending that monetary reparations be limited to the eligible class, the task force recognized such and such, and that recommendations cannot be implemented only for descendants and must go to all Black people and even all Californians. That's actually not what the task force voted for. That motion failed. We voted that all forms of reparations under international law, compensation, restitution, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and guarantees of non-repetition will be aimed to the descendants. And the California DOJ at our last hearing said they would do their due diligence in part 5 with these policy prescriptions to clearly identify how each of the policy prescriptions would benefit descendants. They did not do that, as we just discussed. So a compromise again would be, when we'll get to that when that part of the agenda comes, that needs to be deleted again, because that represents the failed motion. But going back to the item at hand, we need to be clear that all forms of reparations under international law are for African Americans under the community of eligibility, and that policy section needs to remain there, but we need to ensure and show that that section is not reparations. Dr. Julianne Malveaux in Palm Springs said very eloquently that good public policy is not reparations. So all of those policy prescriptions is good, but it's not reparations. And so there needs to be some separations, so not to confuse the reader.
Okay, so I mean, I think we've made several moves, you know, in the past several minutes. So I mean, I think so we can discuss your point, you know, when we get to section when we get to discussing part 5, but um you know, we jumped to talking about the eligibility question as a way of satisfying your views, Chair Moore, on the matter of international reparations framework. And so what I was trying to get us to do was to kind of see if we can, you know, answer that question on eligibility, but I don't think that we can in this action item. So because of that, I'm going to move that we approve you know, part 2, international reparations framework and examples of other reparations schemes as it has been presented.
Before we do that, Vice Chair Brown had to be recognized. Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Yep, that's okay. I'm passed.
Member Scott Lewis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Moore. So again, I move that we approve action item number 6, part 2 of the final recommendations, international reparations framework and examples of other reparations schemes.
Is there a second?
No. Yeah, yeah, thank you.
Okay, it has been properly moved by Member Scott Lewis and properly seconded by Member Holder that we approve, reading it, a final discussion, international reparations framework and examples of other reparation schemes. Is there any discussion on the matter? Senator Bradford, you're recognized.
Language that Mr. Newman suggested.
That's not what I was motioning.
You're not making that okay,
No.
I'm all right.
Part of
And the
report.
discussion and the reason why, if I can be
Okay,
recognized,
all right.
is that I think there are appropriate action items for us to discuss what we've been discussing. You know, the question of eligibility, where to put it, and the questions that Chair Moore has about, I think it's part 5. So I just motion to approve what's there currently.
What we have right now.
Yeah, for part 2.
Okay, so my question is, are you saying that the section on the history of the reparations movement in the United
Yeah.
States should stay in that section?
Yeah, and there's a
What's the rationale
and
behind
aside from the conversation about eligibility and part 5, I actually do want, and prior to us having this prolonged conversation that we just had, I do think that we should leave the discussion around African American reparations as a part of the international reparations framework chapter, because it provides an appropriate relationship between what we are doing with these already existing and already recognized as legitimate forms of reparations as they have existed and have been successful in many contexts globally. So to separate that, I think actually creates a distance between what we're doing and what has been recognized as being legitimately done in the past. And so I think it's important to create a kind of logic of continuity behind international cases and what we're doing in California, so that hopefully, which is my view, that we can go on to support the federal movement for reparations in this country.
That's good. Thank you. Okay, so a follow-up question is, where are you suggesting that we have a conversation, a potential motion around an independent chapter on eligibility?
When we get to the chapter on compensation, because I still do make the argument that AB 3121 links eligibility to compensation. And so therefore, in the chapter on compensation, there would be, to my mind, a logical delinking at that point, or a development beyond that linkage between the two things. So we can talk about that, but when we get to that section, to that part.
Thank you. Any other questions, discussion on the matter? Hearing none, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
To approve the final report, part 2, as presented, with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Stepp, I'm sorry, Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. And Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. On the main motion, there are 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you. There were 9 ayes, 0 nays, and so the ayes have it, and the motion carries. So now the next item on the agenda is item number 8. Before we do so, I'm not sure if she's still here, but I wanted to recognize Oakland Councilwoman Treva Reed. Thank you for coming. So the next item on the agenda is communications advisory committee comments and communications firm implementation updates and outcomes. Presenters, Member Lewis, Bradford, and Charles Group representatives. You recognize him.
Oh, okay, there we go. So the Charles Communications Group sends their apologies for not being able to attend this meeting. So Senator Bradford and I, as the Communications Advisory Group for the task force in liaison with Charles Communications Group, will present their updates on their behalf. So I believe, there's not a presentation up there too. I don't need it, just in case. All right, I'm just gonna read. So the Charles Communications Group sends this report of notable activities since last meeting. There's a note that the media requests have substantially increased with the approach of the May 6th, today's Reparations Task Force meeting. This trend, it is argued, will continue as the final report's delivery on June 30th approaches. Interview requests and published articles have focused on reparation compensation amounts in spite of the task force's decision to not deliver a sum. And this is in particular to the recent media reporting on the reparations amount of $1.2 million. There's been an increased interest in getting task force members' opinion on this amount and the rationale behind it. The Charles Communication Group has coordinated with the Communications Committee, which is myself and Member Bradford and the DOJ, to approve responses to these inquiries on behalf of the task force. Attributed comments to the task force members are being discussed with and approved by the members prior to sharing them with the media, meaning with Senator Bradford and myself. The Charles Communication Group is continuing to pitch task force member media opportunities on a statewide and national level. So what that looks like is seeking opportunities for us to speak to the media and to engage in activities both across the state and across the nation. There are 2 reparations task force flyers that have begun distribution to organizations, government entities, and elected officials. The task force will receive the flyers following this meeting, today's meeting. A public service announcement has been created for statewide broadcast. A commercial was created, narrated by Senator Bradford. I heard it's very wonderful. I haven't seen it, but Bradford is, impressive. And so Charles Communication Group also provided reparations task force update to elected officials across the state. As far as April activities, specifically, the Charles Communication Group booked and coordinated media interviews for task force members, conducted media outreach for Mills College, today's public hearing, conducted media coaching and provided messaging and talking points to task force members, wrote and coordinated production of the Reparations Task Force commercial, again narrated by Senator Bradford, coordinated the production of the public service announcement for KJLH specifically, And looking forward, there are plans to coordinate and manage future and further media opportunities, to continue the distribution of task force information sheets, to identify opportunities to collaborate with community organizations, to support task force activities, and update the documents that we request for our own presentations as needed, and developing post-task force communication activities, including collaborations, social media, and a landing page, I guess, for some kind of website. And there is some planning underway to pitch to the media the kind of impact of an import of our final report. Okay, that's the update.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, we'll turn to the next item on the agenda. Item number 9, final discussion and vote on the full final report, part 3. Recommendations of the task force as to how the state of California will offer a formal apology on behalf of the people of California for the perpetration of gross human rights violations and crimes against humanity on African slaves and their descendants. Entertain a motion to approve, amend.
Are you asking for a motion?
Mhm, mhm.
I move.
Second.
There has been a motion properly moved by Member Tamaki and properly seconded by Vice Chair Brown to approve the action item number 9, which is, again, recommendation of the task force as how the state of California will offer a formal apology on behalf of the people of California for the perpetration of gross human rights violations and crimes against humanity on African slaves and their descendants. Is there any discussion on the matter? Member Groves, you're recognized.
I'd just like to offer a couple of just very minor edit and suggestions for that chapter. On page 2, the paragraph beginning in June 2019, the last line, it should be or any other form of reparations instead of. That was very minor. But on page 9, the last bullet talks about African American physicians are underrepresented in California. And if that could just be expanded to say African American physicians, psychologists, and psychiatrists are underrepresented in California's health, medical and health fields or something like that. That's page 9. And then the last thing is that, is it possible, I don't know if this would be on page 10, somewhere on page 9 or 10, if there could be a statement or a clause added that says an intensive community education strategy for the state related to the apology occur, so that people are aware, because most people don't know about the federal apologies. So they came and went and with no fanfare, so there should be some community education about that. That was it.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, additions, changes? Okay, hearing none, we'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote, and the vote would be to approve essentially this section with the changes that Dr. Grills mentioned.
Thank you. I will begin the vote with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Sorry, sir. Aye. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting on the motion. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and no abstentions.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and no abstentions. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. We'll now turn to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 10. Final discussion and vote on the full final report, part 4, recommendations of task force regarding calculations of reparations and forms of compensation and restitution. So as it stands right now, in this section, the economists and the public policy experts reference the Freedmen Affairs Agency throughout that particular section, as that will be the agency that will be essentially fielding inquiries and eligibility for reparations in its various forms. And so right now, the Freedmen Affairs Agency proposal is in part 5. So it would be most appropriate if the Freedmen Affairs Agency is moved from part 5 and into part 4. So looking to entertain a motion. Again, that's a small minor change as well. We don't even really need a motion for that. To move the Freedmen Affairs Agency section to part 4. Are there any other changes for that section? That's my question to Member Scott Lewis. Are you saying that potential, the eligibility discussion would be in part 4? Is that what you're saying?
Thank you, Chair Moore. So what I was saying earlier is that, and then this was prompted by Member Montgomery Stepp's question about how we got to the point where we didn't have a separate eligibility chapter. My explanation, based upon my own assumptions, really, and I guess my own view, was that the question of eligibility as put forward in AB 3121 was very directly asked in relationship to compensation. So that was just the answer. And so what I was proposing in my earlier motion to approve a previous section was that I think now is an appropriate time to then have the conversation about the eligibility question as you posed it earlier. And so my view, given the limitations, meaning the practical limitations on having to get this done in a matter of weeks, the idea of a chapter, I don't know, but it sounds like from the DOJ, the creation of a new chapter and the required procedure of drafting that new chapter, getting feedback from the task force on that chapter, then voting on that chapter would be infeasible given our timeline. My question to both my colleagues and the DOJ was really, could we satisfy the need to robustly, respectfully, adequately define eligibility as you were asking for it to be defined, Chair Moore, within the compensation chapter? Because I think there's a distinction between there needing to be a separate chapter and needing for us to respect the definition of eligibility as fully defined. So that was kind of it. So, that was the question. And I think, Attorney Newman, provided, I think, a beginning, a quick rough draft of how that expansion on defining eligibility could work. My question was to my colleagues, what more would we want reflected in that definition, right? So there's a history that you were talking about, Chair Moore. I think that could go in there, right? I think, we could talk about me. I don't know what's within the limits. And so I'm trying to strike a balance here between what we can do procedurally and what we need to do to kind of fully flesh out the kind of definitional terms of eligibility. What I would say is that whatever the answer is, I want to respect fully defining eligibility. That's fairly consistent on my part. That's why I asked for further and again a more declarative statement last meeting. I asked for it again in my follow-up recommendations as we were asked to provide by the deadline. And so that's the question.
I think what we could do is, obviously, Attorney Newman has presented a framework of what we think, based on the information that was provided today, would elevate the issue of eligibility in that chapter. If there are other thoughts and ideas, certainly we could share them today, and then we could continue to work with the legislative staff as we're finalizing the report to elevate that in this current section. As things are today, drafting a new section from scratch would not be feasible for us. We simply don't have the time to draft it, to provide 10 days notice for this task force to meet again, to approve it based on our publishing deadlines in order to meet the statutory deadline of June 30th. We don't want to risk all of the work of this task force being for naught if we don't make that June 30th deadline. So the most that we could do is take and synthesize any information that's provided today, work with the legislative staff as we finalize the report to elevate what we have within the structure that we have.
Chairman. Thank you, Attorney Brown. So, and so what I'm trying to ask for is not necessarily the drafting of a new section, but is it not within our capabilities today to say, well, there is already language around eligibility in Part 4, Chapter 17 that can be expanded on significantly? I mean, can we not just do it now? And that's why I asked my colleagues, what else do you want reflected in the conversation on eligibility? Because I think it might be within the scope for us to maybe in real time expand upon that and clarify that definition, make it very, not just clear, but explicit. And again, this is what I asked for last time, right? And that's what was in the email. So I'm not asking for a new chapter. I'm not asking necessarily for a new section, but can we adequately define eligibility within the compensation chapter, meaning within Chapter 17? Now, yeah.
You can expand upon it, and the way that you can do it is by saying today what you would like to see.
Yeah.
You're saying adequately, and the reason why I'm hedging on that is because you all have to determine what's adequate, and that's not up to us. So it has to be subject to the legislative staff of Senator Bradford, Senator Jones Sawyer, and us as we try to reconcile what is talked about today. But there's not going to be an opportunity beyond that to do anything different.
So, meaning, could one of us right now sit here, draft something, motion for it to be included in Chapter 17, and then we vote and debate, pass it, and it's included, and it's done?
As long as you get it done before they kick us out of this auditorium.
What time are they kicking us out? 9 o'clock?
We're done at 6.
Done at 6? All right. I mean, so that's why I'm really asking the question, right? What do we want to say.
Newman's added language capture what we're trying to do here. And as we move forward with the editorial process and the motion that was made earlier, would allow them a little bit more leeway to better define that if there's more to be added versus trying to wordsmith it right now.
Can you put that in the form of a motion?
Well, he's asking a question if it would.
I was asking the question. Would,
Can you put it in the form of a motion?
would,
He wants to know if we think it would be, if it's adequate.
is the language that Attorney Newman provided, you know, about a half hour ago adequate to address the concerns?
I mean, that begs the question. I mean,
Yeah.
Writing it up during lunch, is that really? Come on, seriously.
Well,
We don't
I
have
mean-
time. We don't, I'm trying to tell you, we're up
Well,
against the clock.
well,
as far as
meaning,
things are-
like, you know, the point is that the actual motion for eligibility was written, like, you know, it was a motion. We didn't draft eligibility and then send around drafts and debate it and then vote on it. It was a motion, and we got to the terms of eligibility that passed through the process of motioning and voting on it. And so what I'm saying is that we can perhaps expand, you know, this definition of eligibility, not even expand, not expand, not expand,
But better define.
better define this definition of eligibility through this process. And that's why I was saying, so we have some language that's already here, right? Because it's important to note, and for those, you know, who might be interested, Chapter 17 is titled Final Recommendations of Task Force Regarding Calculations of Losses to African American Descendants of a Chattel Enslaved Person or Descendants of a Free Black Person Living in the United States prior to the end of the 19th century, and forms of compensation and restitution. So the eligibility is baked in, but I think what we're missing and what I said we were missing from last meeting was a very clear statement of eligibility. And then that's what I think we heard in public comment. I think that's what Chair Moore is asking for. I think that's what Member Montgomery Stepp is asking for, is a very clear statement of who we are talking about. And I think Chair Moore is asking for us to further state why. And so what I'm asking is, can we do that through a motion, have it included within Chapter 17, which talks about compensation, which I would argue is appropriate because AB 3121 asks us to talk about eligibility in terms of compensation. And so that way we can respect the much needed clarification, recognition, representation of the eligible community, and also respect the DOJ's timeline for getting this done. So that's what I'm trying to get at. It is for the people. Well, you know, the issue is that when AB 3121 was put into a bill and was passed, AB 3121 came with a deadline. So we ceased to exist on June 30, meaning you will see me on the street and I'm just Javon. Don't ask for no picture, it won't be worth anything. And so there is a real issue here, which is that if we don't get this thing done, it's not done. And so what I'm asking for is if we can get it done the right way in the right time. And yes, Member Montgomery Stepp is right. Right? We should have done this better earlier. It's on us. Full stop. And I think there's a reason why it wasn't done earlier. That's fine. But here is where we are. And so what I want is for us to do this right in the right time or the necessary time. Right? It's not the right time, necessary time. And so I'm asking us to say, because if we're quiet now,
Right.
you said something earlier, Dr. Brown, about silence. It's that. So if we're quiet now, that means you're good with what we got. And then if that's the case, then we vote, and then it is what it is.
Hey, Attorney Newman, can you read the paragraph?
Sure. This is the very end of Chapter 17. The paragraph, the header is Part 4, conclusion and recommendation regarding monetary compensation for the eligible class. The discussion is, as set forth in this chapter, even limited to the relatively few categories of harms that the task force found to be calculable, the immense nature of the loss is significant. This loss must be compensated with monetary payments as set forth in this chapter to those who suffered the loss. The task force reiterates its recommendation that, however the legislature ultimately determines to make monetary payment for these losses, those monetary payments should be restricted to African-American descendants of a chattel enslaved person or descendants of a free Black person living in the United States prior to the end of the 19th century, members of the eligible class as defined by the task force.
No, it's not. No, that's not the right language, because again, that expresses the motion that failed. We didn't in March 2022 decide that only monetary reparations would go to descendants and all other forms of reparations under international law will go to all folks. That's not what we decided. And the way that's written, it's written to say that, again, we decided that monetary reparations would go to just descendants and all other forms would go to everyone else. That's not what we decided. So then in terms of a compromise, I think we can work with that, but monetary needs to be excluded. It needs to say, we decided, again, it needs to reflect the decision that we made in March 2022 that all forms of reparations, including monetary reparations, are to be for the eligible class as defined in March 2022. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, you cannot speak from the audience. You cannot speak from the audience. Please. This is a deliberation of the panel.
So again, the way that paragraph is written, again, that is a reflection of the motion that failed in March 2022. Again, when you read the statute, AB 3121, yes, it asks us to determine who's going to be eligible for compensation. But again, we, through our 5-4 decision, so we're not relitigating it here today, unless you guys want to relitigate that. But we already decided in March 2022 that all forms of reparations, including monetary reparations, would go to the community of eligibility. So we can use your paragraph, but it needs to be modified to say all forms of reparations, including monetary reparations, goes to the community of eligibility. And that way, then you'll just change the title of this section and it'll just say forms of compensation and restitution, comma, satisfaction, rehabilitation, and guarantees of non-repetition. You keep that paragraph, change it to say all forms of reparations, including monetary reparations, goes to the community of eligibility. And then you pull up the Freedmen Affairs Agency from Part 5 and you put it in Part 4, and then we're done. Okay, so hearing no pushback, again, what I'm stating is Part 4, Chapter 17, you update the title to say forms of compensation, restitution, satisfaction, rehabilitation, guarantees of non-repetition. You put the Freedmen Affairs Agency into that section, so moving from Part 5, and then you use that paragraph that you just mentioned, and you can leave it at the end, but change it to say all forms of reparations, including monetary reparations, goes to the community of eligibility. Is that good? Everyone satisfied?
I don't.
I haven't heard a motion. As stated by you, I move. That's my motion.
Is there a second? I'll restate the motion. The motion is to amend Part 4, Chapter 17. One, amend it to change the title to include satisfaction, guarantees of non-repetition, and rehabilitation. So the full title would be Final Recommendations of Task Force regarding calculations of losses to African-American descendants of a chattel enslaved person or descendants of a free Black person living in the United States prior to the end of 19th century, and forms of compensation, restitution, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and guarantees of non-repetition. So it'll be amended to change the title. The second amendment would be to move up the Freedmen Affairs Agency into Part 4 from Part 5, since Part 4 references the agency. And then the third amendment would be to include the paragraph that Michael Newman is stating, but change the paragraph to say all forms of reparations, including monetary compensation, goes to the community of eligibility.
If that's the motion, it needs to be framed as a motion for reconsideration, and then we can vote on it.
Motion for reconsideration. Provide a rationale for that.
The rationale is that it is a motion for reconsideration because you have changed terms and the definitions that were previously agreed upon. So it's a motion for reconsideration. So frame it as such and let's take the vote.
What have I changed? Respectfully, Member Holder, what definitions have I changed?
Yeah, this would be rescinding the votes that we previously took, establishing the organization of the chapters. So it's fine. It's fine. It's doable. Just frame it properly as a motion for reconsideration, and let's take the vote.
We're talking about the movement of the Freedmen's Bureau stuff, agency,
And adding restitution and all that
right.
stuff.
Okay. Chair Moore.
You're recognized.
Thank you. So what I was trying to do in the first instance is, one, get a fully worked out terms of eligibility, very declaratively stated in this chapter 17, around compensation. I think that what you're asking for is clarification around what we're calling reparations and for whom these reparations are being provided. You're asking for that to be done through restructuring of the chapters, meaning taking things from another chapter, bringing it into this chapter, and then restructuring the chapter. So I think that's what why member holder is asking for is it called a rescission? Okay, thank you. And so if that's what you want to do, that's what she's saying you have to do. And I think that's what Parliamentary Johnson is also saying would have to be done. I do think there's another way, which is that when we get to the appropriate part where we're talking about the policies, that we can there also restate the terms of eligibility. So we can talk about eligibility in the compensation chapter, meaning chapter 17, part 4, and then we can specify eligibility in part 5. What I would just say is that when I followed up with my comments for revisions, as we were directed to do, I requested that we should state that the recommendations for reparations are explicitly identified for the community of eligibility, and that reparations should be understood as direct compensation and beneficiary-driven policies and programs. That, to my mind, is reparations. There are other policies that we are recommending because AB 3121 asks us to think about bad policies in the state of California and fixing them. Let's understand, everybody, why there are some recommendations for compensation and there are other recommendations that are not compensation. When the economics group looked at the 12 areas that the task force determined and defined as the areas of harms, they did an earnest assessment of what was calculable. How could we identify and calculate the losses that this community experienced? And the direct compensation are based upon those areas. There are other areas that we were unable to provide a methodology for direct compensation. And in lieu of direct compensation, we made recommendations as a task force for policies and programs. So what that means is that reparations here looks like two things. In part, it looks like direct compensation, and it also looks like policies and programs. Both of those are meant to be directed towards the eligible community. There are other policies and recommendations, again, that are a separate concern, which is to remedy the wickedness, right? If I can just put it that way. And so what I'm basically trying, and I provide that as a kind of, context for what I'm trying to suggest here, which is that there is, I think, appropriate scope for us to clarify that there are policies that are directed to the descendant community, the eligible community. And there is compensation directed to the eligible community. And so what I'm asking is if we can do that within the scope of what we have. In addition to that, I do believe that we need to better define the community of eligibility in the way that Chair Moore was asking us to, right? Which is to say, here is the community of eligibility. Here's who they are, right? Here's who we decided deserves reparations as defined. And so I'm just saying, I think we can do that in part 4, and I think we could do that also in part 5. And I'm making this as a suggestion, hoping that it doesn't require rescission and it doesn't require a whole bunch of work from anybody. And I want to hopefully think that we can do it before you said, Damon, 6 o'clock. And I kind of think we might be able to, and I'm just wondering if we can. Okay. I'm trying.
Montgomery Step, you're recognized.
Thank you. What about, so Chair Moore, first of all, let me just say procedurally, I don't think that would require a rescission or reconsideration for literally moving a part of the report to another part of the report. Like, I just don't. But if that's the way we go, and if that is what the procedure that we decide on, okay. I just want to ask Chair Moore, what is the, I guess, purpose of putting the agency piece with the compensation piece? If you could explain that a little bit more.
So in part 4, the Freedmen Affairs Agency is referenced throughout the agency. This particular section, for instance, it states, the task force recommends a specific entity, potentially the recommended California American Freedmen Affairs Agency, be charged with processing these claims of compensation and rendering payment in an efficient and timely manner. Also, another reference to the agency is as follows in part 4. Informed by the economists, the task force recommends that the legislature establish an agency to make direct payments to eligible recipients and aid recipients with establishing eligibility. This is preferable to an indirect approach where the agency oversees the distribution of resources through nonprofit community organizations. These recommendations are reflected in chapters 18 through 30 of this report, where the task force offers policy recommendations for the legislature to remedy injuries to California's African American population. So this, again, this is written by the economists and the public policy experts,
Right.
where they themselves are saying that this agency would control areas of compensation and restitution, and that's preferable over some of the other policies that are listed in the other chapters in the report. So since the agency is mentioned throughout this particular section, I think we would just read better if you move the agency to this section. They go hand in hand, essentially, is my argument.
Okay. The agency, though, covers a large amount of the way that it's presented now. It covers a large amount. It has a large responsibility, and not just the compensatory part. So I agree with you that the additional kind of arms of reparations should be added to compensation and restitution. I don't think outside of a reference in this chapter that states the agency is further explained or fully explained in the, chapter 18, I believe it is. Would that be sufficient? Because I don't know if moving the entire, the explanation of the agency up into this portion that really focuses on just compensation is accomplishing what I think we wanted to. So I just that for thought. Because the other two, I think if we voted on the other two recommendations, it would not bring up this rescission conversation. I think what's bringing that up is the moving of parts.
So, I mean, I guess that could be handled separately, so we can, separate it out, so to speak, in terms of discussing or taking together the ones that may not trigger, an extra procedural step in terms of an extra motion to take.
And I do just for adding to the conversation, we are at the point where the rubber meets the road, and we never fully, I think, resolved the issue of using the United Nations definition of reparations in the 5 different parts for the community of eligibility. Now we're parsing it out, and there's a belief that it should only be, the community of eligibility should only be referenced with compensation and restitution, but that's not been our understanding the whole time in these last 2 years. That's not been my understanding.
And that's why I was recommending that the agency be pulled up to the compensation and restitution piece. And then part 5 or chapter 18, that's just general policy recommendations, just good public policy, us doing extra credit work, so to speak, and coming up with, good public policy that corresponds with the particular section in the report that asks us to consider, policies that disproportionately impact the African American community, but may benefit other people. So that's why I was recommending that, again, the reparations section is part 4. I'm gonna just be straight up. The reparations section, that's part 4. That's the compensation, that's the restitution, which has several references to the agency. Then also a part of that section would be the agency that, will provide direct reparatory justice services, AKA full forms of reparations under international law. And then part 5, that's the good public policy section. We're not calling that reparations, that's the good public policy section that corresponds with a particular section in the statute that requires us to consider how California laws and policies that continue to disproportionately and negatively affect African Americans as a group and perpetuate the lingering material and psychosocial effects of slavery can be eliminated. So again, part 4 is the reparation section for the community of eligibility. And part 5 is the good public policy section that satisfies 8301(3)(a)(c) of the statute.
Okay, I get that. I do believe, though, that there are still some policies that are descendant specific, even in those.
That's true. And then I was also thinking through that as I was going through the drafts, I'm like, do we need to pull all the descendant specific policies into part 4 as well? So there's no confusion either.
I think based on timing, we do have to submit something. And I just, like member Scott Lewis, like, you know, some of this is on, I will take responsibility. But I think we have to go, my opinion is we need to go with what we have before us and try to do the best that we can with that. But if I had it over to do again, I think it should have been parsed out that way, honestly, because that's where the confusion is coming from. It's coming from the fact that we're kind of putting together in the policy section, universal policies and policies that are descendant specific.
It's an easy fix because we're acknowledging that there's confusion and this is the space and the place to fix it where we don't have to do another notice public meeting. And so the other part is, what are the other rationales for why that Freeman agency needs to be in that compensation and restitution part is the agency is a form of restitution under international law. The Freedmen's Bureau did once exist in this country to provide services to the descendants of slaves, but it was dismantled after Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, Andrew Johnson went into power, and all of that progress during that brief period of Reconstruction was dismantled. So having a new state agency, yes, on the state level, particularly for descendants of slaves to provide direct reparatory justice services, that is a form of restitution under international law.
Yeah.
Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
So this is more of a question for Professor Scott Lewis and Member Chair Moore, and that is on the good policy points. We're dealing with terrible data or terrible, horrific outcomes, like in San Francisco, the Black infant mortality rate being 5 times that of white babies, and policing. And we just concluded a 58-county survey on district attorneys' offices in order to ferret out anti-Black bias infecting everything from arrest to sentencing. And so these are areas that are, you know, we are addressing them in great detail in the proposals in Part 5. And so just for clarity, what I was struggling with, maybe you could clarify this, is for the abolition of the death penalty or for Black infant mortality, we're not just talking about descendant babies. It's a healthcare outcome that is a result of a systemically racist education, you know, policies, practices within a particular sector that continues to just churn and recycle this sort of pathology. And so, and that it's not easily broken down into or addressed by lineage. So I think that's part of my concern, that if we say that all forms of reparations only are addressed to descendant community, how does that translate to a healthcare provider or UCF staff or our medical system, for instance, in addressing that when you know, it becomes, as a practical matter, very difficult to implement. And so that's what I'm struggling with that particular motion. I like, frankly, the motion draft that Michael Newman drafted it. And that, but if we put an angle that has to be all reparations has to be focused on descendants, and then you have to prove lineage and whatever. How does that translate into like the San Francisco infant mortality rate? How do you fix that? So, and yet I think we should have those policies in there in our report. So I don't know if that is confusing, but I'd like to get your thoughts on that.
Vice Chair Brown, you recognize.
I appreciate your concern. However, we must, because of this system, go to the scene of the crime and deal with facts. And the fact is that because we are descendants of enslavement in this nation, and we know who they are, we have to deal with that. How do you deal with a big elephant? Take one bite at a time. And we got to take this bite here, or else we as Black folks will never get any kind of healing at all. Dr. King's first autobiography was entitled Strides Toward Freedom, not jumping to it. And we have not even made strides in this state. We have not made strides in this nation. U.S. Congress, either one presidents have done anything about this issue. So I think it comes a point in time that we got to be practitioners. We got to be social engineers and make sure that we deliver something to this Black population, or else we never will do it. And I'll be going on to glory. So we got to start somewhere. We got to brighten this corner.
Yeah, and thank you. I mean, you pretty much captured it. Again, no one is saying take anything out of the good public policy section.
Yeah.
My point is call it what it is, which is the good public policy section that meets 8301 AC of the statute. And again, we voted March of last year that all forms of reparations would go to the community of eligibility. We made no distinction between monetary or other forms. Now, I understand you might have some concerns with that because you were on the minority side. But again, if you want to relitigate that, then that would have to be an agenda item. That would have to be on another notice meeting. But it is what it is in terms of who we decided reparations would be for. We decided a year ago that it would be for descendants of enslaved people or free Black people living in the United States prior to 1900. And so by law, that means that's who we need to call the community of eligibility. That's who reparations goes for. We made that decision already. Everything else needs to be called what it is, which is good public policy.
We've had over.
Member Holder, you're recognized.
Since that decision came down over a year ago, we've had a year to figure out how we would constitute this report. For the last 4 months, we have had numerous votes, and we have come to consensus on the structure of this report. We are 2 hours from the deadline, and now we are talking about restructuring this entire report. If there's going to be a restructuring, then we should use the correct procedure, and that is to rescind our previous decisions that we have been making over the last 6 months about the structure of this report. So move to rescind the previous decisions that we have made over the last 6 months. Let's go ahead and do it. Let's get this vote done. We have 2 hours before we get shut down here, okay? So let's go ahead and do it as a motion to rescind.
That's actually respectfully, that's actually a misreading, because the way that this report is written is actually written in a way that goes against what the task force voted on. And if people were honest about that, then it would be you all who would need to put in a motion to rescind the lineage vote that we affirmed last year in March 2022. But you aren't being honest about that, so you're trying to be subversive.
For the last 4 months, we have looked at different iterations of the organization of this report. Every month we came back, we all reviewed the report. We came to a consensus on what the structure of the report would look like. We cannot, in the last 2 hours of a 2-year process, try to now completely undo everything that we just did in the last 6 months in terms of structuring this report. It's completely impractical, and frankly, it's just not ethical. So if that is your approach, then I say move to rescind. And then let's move forward. We don't have any more time. Let's take a vote.
At the last meeting, and Member Scott Lewis has said this several times on this panel today, he gave the California DOJ clear instructions. So this is why we're in this situation right now in the last 2 hours, is because Member Scott Lewis in the last meeting said in the good public policy section, there needs to be with each section a clear description that shows how each of these chapters, each of these policy recommendations are benefiting the community of eligibility. The DOJ did not do that. Member Brown, Attorney Newman, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the discussion. It's certainly been an interesting discussion. I will just say that having been through the report in a final edit after all the attorneys on staff and having read every word, every line of the report, between the last meeting to this meeting, the number one change in the report is in light of the direction we received from the full task force last time, we have amped up throughout the entirety of the public policy section the focus on the fact that every single thing is intended to benefit the eligible class. There are certain things, as we discussed, as various advisory committees presented, that we can't really narrow. But even in those cases, we said that the intent of the task force is that first and foremost, they are intended to support the eligible class descendants. We've throughout the report, it made it quite a bit longer. Throughout the report, we've not just said African Americans, but we've said African Americans and some formulation of what AB 3121 says, which is specific consideration or ensuring that the benefits first flow to, or some other way of saying, number one in every scenario is that descendants and members of the eligible class are benefited by every single public policy proposal. And that has changed from the last meeting because we did get the sense of the entire task force, because what had come in through the original advisory committee recommendations weren't all necessarily tied to this eligible class. We had this full discussion, and all of that has been implemented in the version of the part that, well, we're not yet actually technically there, but it's all been implemented in that section. So for those who have read it, you will have noticed a significant shift and pivot in the public policy section that truly emphasizes the fact that these public policy proposals are intended by the task force first and foremost. And there's language about how previous efforts, previous things that were intended to support the African American community, you actually had other people benefiting first. You actually had African American people who were not getting the benefits of those programs. They were actually helping other people first. And the point of this, all these policy proposals, is that descendants are helped first, and the focus is on ameliorating the historical harms and atrocities perpetrated against African American people. So that's the biggest difference from the last meeting to this meeting, and I want to just correct the record and ensure that everyone understands the direction of the task force as a whole was implemented.
Thank you. So again, It's an easy fix. And again, the introduction to Part 5 still is a misreading of what the task force voted on in March of 2022. The introduction of Part 5, thank you in good faith for beefing that up in the ways in which you just described. But again, the introduction of Part 5 reflects the failed motion that member Holder raised in March 2022. It does not reflect the motion that actually passed. So again, it's an easy fix in terms of changing that language, which also includes changing the paragraph that you had just read out to say that all forms of reparations, including monetary reparations, will go to the community of eligibility. And this section, Part 5, is a good public policy section, so to speak, that satisfies Section 8301 AC1. And then Part 4 is where you have that conversation around compensation and restitution, where the agency is referenced numerous times. You put that agency section up in there, and then you just change the title to say other forms of reparations, including compensation, restitution, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and guarantees of non-repetition, because the agency satisfies all of those requirements under international law. And then we're good. No one's asking to change, the substantive policy recommendations in Part 5. Again, the request is to call it what it's supposed to be called by virtue of the statute, by the specific statutory provision. Member Montgomery Stubb, you're recognized.
If Vice Chair Brown's motion is still on the floor, then I will second it so that we could vote and make the decision. His motion.
And I'll call for a point of order.
Sawyer, you're recognized.
And this is a question for the parliamentarian, because I'm totally confused procedurally on how we need to proceed. I'm hearing we need to rescind a vote versus moving forward. You are our parliamentarian. You're supposed to be our objective person, and obviously we got two different versions. So as the official individual we have hired to let us know how we're supposed to proceed legally, how should we proceed now?
You've got two different issues on the floor. One has to do with the Freedmen's Bureau, and the other one has to do with the reparations as defined in the definition of eligibility. The proposal that was advanced by Member Jovan could be moved because it's an expansion. It would be an amendment to what is already there. So you can write that amendment. I don't know now in terms of doing that, but I believe that the first one, because you're dealing with a structure that you voted on, an organization that you voted on, you would have to go back and undo that. So that would have to be rescinded. You can rescind it, and then you can take it up at the next meeting. I don't mean June 30th. I mean, obviously, a meeting between now and June 30th, so that you can, notice it, send it out to the public, and then you can move forward in that way. And everyone will have an opportunity to review what you're talking about in terms of moving it. But
Cannot be recognized.
Record the motion that Vice Chair Brown had put on the floor before Member Scott Lewis spoke.
yeah, remember I said that you could not do that motion. It died. It was open for someone to make a motion to rescind. No one did, so they moved on. And to your point, Member John Sawyer, if you want to move a motion, an action forward, you can call for orders of the day to get back on the agenda, so that so everyone knows where they are, because the chair would have to then state where you are on the agenda so that you can proceed. Member
I'll wait to be
Montgomery
recognized by
Step,
the
I'm
chair.
finished.
Oh,
Parliamentarian Johnson, you can finish. Did you finish?
I was waiting to be recognized by the chair.
Member Montgomery Step, you're recognized.
So to Parliamentarian Johnson, so there is no motion and second on the floor then, is that what you're saying? Okay.
That is correct.
First of all, substantively, now the order might change based on the recommendation. Go ahead. Yeah, yes, you did, and I seconded it.
Seconded?
Yes, it
And
was.
it was seconded, so that's why I asked you, Parliamentarian Johnson. It was a motion on the floor by Vice Chair Brown. It was properly seconded, and I asked if you have that recorded.
Yeah, but it is the chair's decision, though. It's the chair's decision. She's here in an advisory capacity.
So, okay, so really quickly, Parliamentarian Johnson, what is being rescinded? What's being rescinded by the term, by the definition of what rescind means? What is being rescinded?
The order, just the order. Okay. I'm gonna point out the difference substantively of us having to agendize a whole nother chapter of eligibility and us making changes to parts of the report that are already noticed by the public in this agenda and with the attached reports, and changing that order. I understand on the technicalities of what you're saying, but it really doesn't make sense because the substance is already here. So if we all agreed as a body to change that, we could do that. We could do that. No, with this motion, with the chair's recommendation, it was what is in front of us, changing of the wording of Attorney Newman's conclusion paragraph, changing the subtitle, and also moving up the agency language to be included into the compensation chapter. That is all what has been discussed and what is in front of us. None of that is different. It's not creating a whole new paragraph or chapter. Member Scott Lewis, did you have a motion? I don't think he had a motion. Did he?
He did. And it was seconded.
Motion then. Who seconded his motion?
I don't remember that. I don't remember that.
I'm sorry, just 1 second. This is the reason why we can't get it straight, because we have
Wait, were you
different.
recognized?
I'm sorry?
Recognized.
I'm recognized because we have to get out of here. So there's too many motions going back and forth. You want us to be able to get it correct, we have to have some order. So once there's a motion made, there has to be a second. If there's no second, the motion dies for lack of a second, and a new motion can be entertained. But I think it's an unfair expectation. We have these stream of consciousness conversations where people are going and cross-talking. It's hard for us to keep track of what's actually being discussed for the purpose of voting. So if we could just clearly get a motion, have a second, so that everybody knows Parliamentarian Johnson is doing her best to keep up. with the conversation that's going on, but
And
that
there
would be the way to
was
move it
a
forward.
motion, and it was properly seconded.
The motion was out of order. That's what Parliamentarian Johnson is saying. The motion that Dr. Brown made
And Member
was out of
Montgomery
order,
Step
and
was
that she
pushing
seconded
back on
it.
that respectfully.
The parliamentarian is who's calling the balls and strikes. It's out of order. That's it.
Okay.
So we can take another motion and move forward.
Okay, Member Montgomery Step, you're
Okay,
recognized.
all right, step by step, what do we need to get back in order? Because whatever it is, we're gonna have to vote. And so do we need to restate? What do we need to do from here?
What is it that you're seeking to do? And then we'll tell you what you need to do.
I just want to put a motion on the floor so we can make a decision as a task force, how we're gonna move forward and what we're gonna convey to the public.
Okay,
So what I thought that I was seconding was the chair's recommendation to change the title of the part 4 to include, after compensation restitution, the 3 other forms of reparation, to include Attorney Newman's conclusory paragraph with her modifications, and to move the agency language to part 4. Are you saying that that would require rescission and then we'd have to come back?
it's my belief that based on the inclusion of the second part with the Freedmen's Bureau, that was something that was separate and apart, and it was acted on at a prior meeting. So that motion was passed at that time. And if it was passed at that time and no action was taken to change it during that meeting, you can't have reconsideration. So in order to change it, you would have to amend it through a rescission. That has to
Okay.
do with the Freedmen's part. So you could separate it and you could do them both. But right now, if you're dealing with the restitution, the rest of that, then you said if you did not add the Freedmen, which is part of action item 11, correct? Listen,
Yes.
okay,
yes,
so that was one of the programs, and there was a big discussion that's been going on for a while with regard to the program, et cetera. So if you look at the reparations portion and you because you wanted to, I know I heard
understand what-
someone talk about rewriting the motion and including what Attorney Newman said, as well as what was already there. Is that incorrect? Because you can.
No, I said, I said what I said. I just don't agree with the conclusion. And that's, I just don't agree with it. I think that the
They
public
can
has
vote
been
on it, and
noticed
then-
enough for us to make that type of change. I do agree with your conclusion around the chapter of eligibility, because that would create an entire different chapter that has not been properly noticed. So I do agree with that, but I just don't agree with this. I think the public has enough notice in order to have feedback, and we have enough information to make a decision on it here. But that's just my opinion, and I'm not the chair.
Recognized, Vice Chair.
And this is not an opinion. This is a fact. Number one, we have a responsibility, a moral responsibility to do something. But just let me finish. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. And if this body has, through deliberation, discussed the issue that we have on the floor now, is nothing secret. There's nothing that had not been unheard. It's time for the body that's constituted to just do it and stop going around here in circle on Tweedledee and Tweedledum. And I made the motion, and it got confused with cobwebs. And I called for the question.
has been called. I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote on the motion on the floor.
What is the question? Could you he's calling the question. Okay. There requires a 2/3 vote to call the question. May I have, you need to get a second for the call for the question.
All right, it's been seconded.
I'm sorry. Madam Chair, you need a second for the call for the question. Oh, thank you.
Seconded.
Okay, I will begin to the vote. It requires 6 to pass. Chair Moore?
Aye.
Chair Moore says.
Yeah.
What were we voted on?
Are we not voting? You just said, no, we're not voting to end debate. Okay, so now we're voting on the motion. Okay, the motion that's been properly moved by Vice Chair Brown and properly seconded by Member Montgomery Stepp.
He called for the question. That stops debate. So, I mean, what Dr. Brown called for the question. And when he did that, that means to end debate, which is where we are now. So we were voting on that.
Oh, otherwise we keep debating.
It's a vote.
What are we
Yeah,
voting?
no, you need 2/3. There are 9 people here. You need 2/3.
We're gonna, let me take a break or what?
No,
Break.
no.
Hold on.
I don't know, somebody's confusing this thing, and it's not me.
Dr. Brown, you just called for the question, correct?
For us to vote on getting done what we need to do.
And
Now, do we need to have the restatement of the motion?
Yes, go ahead, Madam Chair.
the restatement of the motion as it was moved by Vice Chair Brown and properly seconded by Member Montgomery Stepp would be to modify Part 4 to change the title to include the 3 other forms of reparations, include Michael Newman's conclusory paragraph with the modifications that I mentioned earlier, and to move the agency section up to Part 4.
Okay, I will begin the vote with Chair Brown. I'm sorry, Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Nay, is that nay? I don't. Nay.
No vote. No, he's no vote.
Okay. Member Grills? Member Grills votes nay. Member Holder? Member Holder votes nay. Jones Sawyer, Member Jones Sawyer? No vote. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes no. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes no. There were 9 members present and voting. There are 9 members present and voting. And there were 3 ayes, 2 no votes, and 4 nays. The motion does not pass.
Thank you. There are 3 ayes, 4 no votes, and 2 abstentions, and thus the motion fails. So as a reminder, we are on agenda item number, we're on agenda item number 10.
As is. Which is it?
But again, Member John Sawyer, you're recognized.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 10 as is.
It has been properly moved by Member Jones Sawyer and properly seconded by Member Grills to approve agenda item number 10 as is. Is there any discussion on the matter? Ellison? So where does that leave
I'm sorry.
Michael Newman's paragraph that he wrote during lunch?
You want to add paragraph? Can I amend my motion to add the paragraph for Michael Newman?
Again, so the motion, okay, there's a motion to amend. Is there a second? Been properly moved by Member Jones Sawyer, properly seconded by Member Grills to include the paragraph that Attorney Newman wrote during the lunch period. Is there any discussion on the matter? Again, my concern with the paragraph that Attorney Newman wrote during the lunch period, it doesn't accurately reflect what the task force decided in terms of eligibility. So the paragraph as written is flawed. It goes against the decision that we made as a task force in March 2022. We never made a distinction that only monetary reparations goes to the community of eligibility and all other forms go to everyone else, including all Californians, regardless of background. We never made that statement. That paragraph reflects, again, the failed motion that passed, not the actual motion that passed, and that is in page 10 of the March 2022 meeting minutes. Member Jones Sawyer, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Moore, for your comments. I believe we've discussed this for quite a while. So I'll call for the question.
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
Is there a second on the call for the question?
I will call, okay, the question has been called.
Is there a second on the call of the question?
Yes.
Is there a second on the call of the question? It has been properly, okay, now turn it to Parliamentarian Johnson.
Thank you. 2/3 vote is required. All in favor vote aye. I will begin with Chair Moore.
No.
Chair Moore votes no. Vice Chair Brown? Vice Chair Brown votes no. Member Bradford? Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Member Grill votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes no. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there were 6 ayes. There were 9 members present and voting. There were 6 ayes and 3 noes.
Thank you. There are 6 ayes and 3 noes. The ayes have it and the motion carries. Technically, that means that then there should be a follow-up motion to rescind the lineage eligibility vote that we made March 2022. That's the effect. That is the effect of what just passed. How is it different?
That's what he, oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Yes.
So we'll now move to the next item on the agenda.
No, Madam Chair,
which
we
is-
have to vote on the main motion.
Oh, sure, to fully finalize that
Yes.
particular section in the report.
Yes. I will begin with Chair Moore.
Abstain.
Chair Moore abstains. Vice Chair Brown? I'm sorry, sir.
He's abstaining.
Vice Chair Brown abstains. Member Bradford? Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Member Grill votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 9 members present and voting. There were 7 ayes and 2 abstentions. No nays.
Thank you. There were 7 ayes and 2 abstentions. The ayes have it and the motion carries. The next item on the agenda is action item number 11, final discussion and vote on full final report, part 5, policy recommendations to the legislature as to the appropriate policies, programs, projects, and recommendations for the purpose of reversing the injuries. Any comments, questions, additions? Hearing none, can entertain a motion. It's been properly moved by Senator Bradford and properly seconded by Vice Chair Brown to essentially approve action item 11, part 5, policy recommendations to the legislature as the appropriate policies, programs, projects, and recommendations for the purpose of reversing the injuries. The discussion on the matter. And I referenced this before, but I believe the following sentence should be deleted, and I will provide a rationale for the public record. While recommending that monetary reparations be limited to the eligible class, the task force recognizes that the 5 pillars of reparations in AB 3121 require that it also endeavor to ensure cumulative harms of the past 4 centuries do not continue to be visited upon living African Americans and on society in California and the United States. At the same time, many recommendations cannot be implemented only for descendants and must instead be framed to benefit the larger community of African American Californians or even all Californians. As written, the first sentence has the potential to confuse legislators and members of the public as to who the eligible class is. As written, the second sentence makes an assertion about what can or cannot be implemented by the legislature. It is unwise for the task force to make such an insertion in the final report, especially as part of a section on policy recommendations, because it has the dangerous potential to limit and negatively influence upcoming legislation. In addition, statements and decisions of what can or cannot be implemented are best left to the legislature. Therefore, this entire statement should be deleted. Apparently it's not. So I have read through the entire final draft section. I read through all of the meeting minutes for the past 2 years. Again, this sentence is the complete misreading of the statute in and of itself. It's a deliberate, in my opinion, misinterpretation of the community of eligibility decision that we made in March 2022. And therefore, that entire statement should be deleted. I will read the following sentences that should be deleted as follows. While recommending that monetary reparations be limited to the eligible class, the task force recognizes that the 5 pillars of reparations and AB 3121 require that it also endeavor to ensure cumulative harms of the past 4 centuries do not continue to be visited upon living African Americans and on society in California and the United States. At the same time, many recommendations cannot be implemented only for the descendants and must instead be framed to benefit the larger community of African American Californians or even all Californians. That, yes, or even all Californians. It's a joke.
You know,
Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
this is cotton candy politics. Like Jack and the Bear making tracks and get nowhere. We're supposed to be righting the wrongs for what happened on this land. Other groups were specific, direct. They were not shooting with a shotgun all over the place, pellets everywhere. Boom! It was a live rifle approach. In Germany, the Jewish community was wronged. And the German government paid the reparations. And in America, it was a Japanese community that was specifically wronged. And the US government, during the tenure of Ronald Reagan, paid for reparations. Let's be honest. Yes, there were violations of other people of color around this earth. But Belgium, France, Portugal, the villains, including England too. And they still haven't gotten it right over there with the racism that is still prevalent. If the house is on fire, the fire department does not come putting water on every house on the block. The fire department responds to the address of the burning house. We know what has happened to black folks in this country who are descendants of that evil system of enslavement that was for 244 to 250 years. And if we are serious about righting the wrong, we ought to stay with the scene of the crime, or else this political process in this nation, in this state, gonna whoop your behind. And you're gonna get nothing.
Thank you. Member Montgomery Step, you're recognized.
I would just ask for an amendment or put an amendment on the floor to remove those sentences from the report.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been properly moved by Member Montgomery Step and properly seconded by Senator Bradford to remove the 2 aforementioned sentences from the report. Is there any discussion on the matter? Member Holder, you're recognized.
page 2 of chapter 14. That talks about who qualifies for reparations under the UN principles on reparations, based on the fact that AB 3121 requires us to recognize international human rights standards on reparations. I would suggest that we remove the last sentence and keep the other sentence, which emphasizes the importance of guarantees of non-repetition. That is critical. So I would suggest that we remove the last sentence only.
So the motion on the floor is a motion on the floor. If it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, it doesn't, and then we can entertain that. Unless you
No,
want to
we're
put in the
having a
motion to
discussion.
amend.
This is a discussion.
Okay, I'm
This
just
is a
saying.
moment for discussion.
Is there any other discussion on the matter?
So can I do? So what I'd like to do then is
With a motion.
a motion for a friendly amendment consistent with what I just said.
Not a friendly, just an amendment. Amend the motion that was previously made. That's what you're seeking to
Okay.
do.
So amend the previous motion to be consistent with what I just said, which is to remove only the last sentence. That's the motion. I think we need to ask for a second.
I second. Is there a second? Okay. There is already a motion on the floor, though. So we need to deal with the motion that's on the floor. And we're still in the discussion on the motion on the floor. So your point is well taken, Member Holder. However, again, that first sentence is a misreading. I'm not going to go as far and say it's deliberate, but it's a misreading of the statute. And in preliminary meetings leading up to this hearing, right, I realized there wasn't an independent section on eligibility. The only references really to the community of eligibility was in a footnote, in a sparse sentence or two. And so I asked the California DOJ, one of my additions was to include in the footnote, the community of eligibility is descendants of slaves and free Black people living in the United States prior to 1900, as clarified by the author of AB 3121, Dr. Shirley Weber. The California DOJ told me if I want to add that little phrase, as clarified by the author of the bill, Shirley Weber, that would have to be a motion. And again, these two sentences here that are problematic, these are not sentences that are the voice of the task force via decisions that we've made in the past. These are decisions that have been inputted by the DOJ. So these are the opinions of the DOJ. This is a misreading of the DOJ of the task force's decisions over 2 years. So they do need to be taken out.
Okay.
And
Madam
otherwise,
Chair,
it's really a slap
are
in the
you
face.
speaking against the proposal to amend the amendment?
Yeah, we're in the discussion phase of the motion that's on the floor.
To
Member
amend the
Holder
amendment?
had a point about amending the amendment, and I'm saying, yes, I disagree with that.
Okay, so you're speaking against the motion to amend the amendment. So I just want to make sure we keep it straight so that we're first going to take action with regard to the amendment made by Member Holder that was seconded by Member Grills.
Why
To
are
which
we
you-
first taking action?
Because
on
that's
the
how you
motion?
do it. When you do amendments to amendments, you take the last one first. And if that amendment takes place, no, you don't, okay, I'm not. Okay, so you've got to, member, I'm sorry, Chair. So you have to take action, and obviously the vote, you can discuss it, which is what you're just doing, but you're discussing, it should be based on what you said, but make it clear that you're speaking with respect to the last amendment made. And then after that, if there's no further discussion, you would move it to the vote, and the member of the task force would vote on that amendment. If it fails, then you go back to the main motion with the amendment that was just made by member Montgomery Stepp. Okay, so you first do this amendment, because what happens is that if that passes, it becomes a substitute motion. Okay, so that, because it takes the place of the first one. Okay, Madam Chair. Oh. Could you please? Madam Chair, do you? Yeah. Yeah, and you work backwards. Yeah.
Work back. No, I was looking at her text. That was Steps motion. That's Bradford. Or Bradford accepted. Let me.
What is?
That's why the chair doesn't participate in this. That's why she's supposed to facilitate and not. That's right.
Member Scott Lewis, you're recognized. Member Montgomery Stepp, you're recognized.
I was just gonna try to go over the procedure. So because there are three, there's the main motion, there's amendment to that, and there's amendment to the amendment. We have to go backwards. And so every one of those has a second. So we do have to vote on the last one first, because if that fails, then so anyway, we have to. So the question is, if the last one, member Holder's amendment to the amendment, passes, then that does nullify my motion. Okay, but just to be clear, I made the motion to remove both of those sentences, and I want to stand with that. And I think that there is very good reason to remove both of those, just based on the conversations and the motions that we have passed as a task force, along with the language of AB 3121. I think that is legitimate to remove both of those sentences.
If you want to follow that amendment, then you would vote against the amendment made by Holder.
Understood.
Okay.
Understood.
The last motion is to delete the last sentence.
I just think that I understand that,
Okay.
and appreciate and know where you're going with that. I do just think that there is an interpretation of the statute that I don't necessarily agree with in the previous sentence.
That's fine.
Parliamentarian Johnson. Roll call vote, please.
Roll call.
On member Holder's amendment.
I will begin with Chair Moore on the amendment to the amendment. Chair Moore?
No.
Chair Moore votes no. Vice Chair Brown? Vice Chair Brown votes no. Member Bradford? Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Member Grill votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes no. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes no. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 5 ayes and 4 nays, no abstentions.
Thank you. There are 5 ayes, 4 nays, no abstentions, and the ayes have it. So, okay, it is what it is. The motion has passed. You know, the sentence does not reflect the decisions that the task force has made over a course of years, and it does not reflect the actual language of the statute. It is a reflection of the opinion of the California DOJ. Well, the California DOJ has editorialized this paper. That sentence is not a reflection of the task force's lineage decision. It's not a reflection of the statute as it's written.
Chair Moore, just so we're clear, the decision was the decision of the task force. They just voted on it. So we just want to make sure that we're clear. There's no editorialization happening. We're reconciling what's voted on and the feedback from the task force members, and the task force just made a vote to make a change.
Okay, so in this particular section, I am recommending when we reference the community of eligibility, we put in a footnote as clarified by the author of the bill, Secretary of State Shirley Weber. Again, I'm looking to entertain a motion when we reference the community of eligibility, particularly in part 5, we add a footnote as clarified by the author, Secretary of State Shirley Weber, when she provided expert testimony to the task force in February 2022. Is there a second? It has been properly moved by Senator Bradford and properly seconded by Member Montgomery Stepp that we add to part 5 when referencing the community of eligibility, a footnote that states as clarified by the author, Secretary of State Shirley Weber, during expert testimony in February 2022. Is there any discussion on the matter? You're recognized, Vice Chair Brown.
I say this is no sour grape attitude, but I say this is a truth teller. I was born and bred in Mississippi. And when I die, I'm going to be a Mississippian who's been a fighter since I was 14 years old. Secretary Weber is from Arkansas. Knows something about Elaine, Arkansas, that many don't know about, can't even imagine it. And I say this day, of all due respect to you, is a slap in the face of this lady. The person who gave birth to the notion of reparations. And what is happening here? That the evil of dissing and disrespecting blackness and black genius is rising again. Right in our midst. Now the burden is on this state assembly and senate to show that it has some integrity, compassion, and sense of justice. To do the right thing. It's a crime against humanity. But what's happening still as we speak to black folks in this state, and you all know what I'm talking about. And after all of these years, the same thing that happened at Clinton, Mississippi on September the 4th, 1875, when 50 black people were massacred by those racist Democrats who didn't want to follow Reconstruction and were mad because Hiram Rhodes rebels made it to that U.S. Senate. Were mad because C.K. Bruce was elected too. So I say, we are spitting on the grave of the people of Clinton, the town where my mama and granddaddy were born. 12 miles west of Jackson. Near a place right now where the state legislature is taking over the whole judiciary system of the city of Jackson. And also the police department. We're just as bad as those folks down there. I hate to have to say all this, but I got to say it. It's like fire shut up in my bones.
Junior said, where do we go from here?
We're going to chaos. That's where we're going, not community.
Not community, because of this subversion. I know that's right. Yeah, so the motion is on the floor. It's been properly moved and seconded. What?
Again, I'm the one voting for the the public needs to know that we're spitting on her.
Yeah, part 5. But you just made decisions against her this whole day. All right, let's turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote. And he turning red. Michael Newman is turning red because he don't want that rubber.
I will begin with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown. Aye. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills. Member Grills votes no. Member Holder? Member Holder? No vote? Abstention? Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are nine members present and voting. There are 8 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 abstention.
There's one no. One no.
1 no, I'm so sorry. Yeah, there's 7 ayes, 0 nays. I'm sorry, 1 nay and 1 abstention.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There were 7 ayes, 1 nay, 1 abstention. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Now we'll turn to the global entertaining of a motion to approve this section as amended, as discussed today. Is there a second? It's been properly moved by Member Scott Lewis and properly seconded by Member Holder to approve action item number 11 as amended. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing no discussion, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you. I will begin with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown? Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford? Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions.
There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions, and thus the ayes have it. So we'll now turn to the other action item on the agenda, which is action item number 11, final discussion and vote on the full final report, part 5. Any questions? Oh, 12. 12.
Part 6.
Yes.
Which is chapter, okay. 12, full final report, part 6, report on Racial Justice Act implementation. Second. It's been properly moved by Member Tamaki and properly seconded by Member Scott Lewis to approve action item number 13. 12. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing none, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you. I will begin with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown? Aye. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford? Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. We'll now turn to action item number 13, final discussion and vote on the full final report, Fund Center report on community engagement and input through community listening sessions. Is there a second? It has been properly moved by Member Grills and properly seconded by member Scott Lewis to approve action item number 13. Is there any discussion on the matter? I think it would be appropriate, and member Grills, please let me know your thoughts on this. For this section to include the total cost of the engagement of the Bunch Center and all of the various funding sources. And the funding sources would be framed in like a special thanks type of way, like thanks to the California taxpayers and to the various different private organizations that you worked with to secure funding for this effort.
I don't really see what that's adding to the content of the report for the Bunch Center. And I don't see us doing that, for example, with the economists talking about how much is being paid. So I would not advocate for adding that kind of information.
And what about the various different funding sources? I know you reached out to various different private foundations. Do you think that they should be acknowledged in any way in this report?
I guess they could.
Right. Oh, is the California DOJ
But that would
feeding
have to go
info
through the Bunch
Dr.
Center
Bills?
because that's the Bunch Center's report, which is being inserted into our report.
Right, but we have the editorial privilege to edit what's in our report. And so, for instance, in the first iteration or draft of the Bunch Center executive summary in our report, there was no mention of the amount of people they reached out to and things like that. And so now that's in the report since I inserted it. So again, we have the power. We're independent of the UCLA Bunch Center. We can do what we want.
Professor Stoll, that's a decision that I would say
Ask Professor Stoll what?
About adding that information. I can't make that call.
Chair Moore, if I may.
Attorney Newman, you're recognized.
Sure. So the Bunch Center was contracted with the task force and had a deliverable. The deliverable was a report, and the report was delivered and adopted in September. So that would have been the time that any changes that were sought in the report would have been included in the report and adopted for the report. Again, in order for them to change the report, I don't think the task force would want to delegate to the contractor to make the changes that they saw fit and then have it just included in the final report. Again, just looking at where we are in the timing at this juncture. There wouldn't be a time for that to come back to the task force to review and evaluate and endorse again, because it's already been done.
Okay. The other suggestion I was going to say is in this executive summary, the names of the anchor orgs aren't in here. So that was another potential addition that I was going to add to acknowledge the anchor organizations as well in the executive summary of the Bunch report.
Yeah, again, it's the same issue. The task force already adopted the Bunch Center report as presented. So at this point, they'd have to go back in and change, and then it would not leave an opportunity for the task force to re-adopt it. So that would have been something that would have needed to have been done previously.
So, okay, so it's been stated by member Grills and the California DOJ that they don't want the funding sources to be in the executive summary because the UCLA Bunch Center hasn't put that information in there. And thus, well, I wasn't finished, but okay. It's neither here nor there. So again, my thought was that there should be a section in that report to be transparent. This is a public board and commission. We should know, what private organizations are funding this community engagement process. And I thought that because we're an independent task force, I understand the UCLA Bunch Center has its own report, but we have the editorial privilege to put in the report what we want to put in. And so it was just a friendly recommendation, right, to acknowledge the private foundations that you recruited, to have them acknowledged in this report as well. If you don't want to do that, that's perfectly fine. and we can entertain a motion to accept this part of the report as presented. Is there a second?
For point of clarification, they're all listed in the acknowledgement section of the report, so they're already there. All of the contributors.
Which include so you know the names of the private foundations that have been recruited for this. Member Montgomery Stepp, you're recognized.
Not sure if it's an exhaustive list, but the anchor orgs are listed in the acknowledgements. There's also a section that says, we would like to thank these organizations and individuals who supported this project from facilitation to funding. So that may not be completely clear who they are, but it is listed in there. I have the Weingart Foundation and the California Wellness Foundation and quite a few others.
Sorry.
But I don't know if it's exhaustive.
No, I misspoke. Sorry, I was talking about the executive summary. So in the executive summary, we give a synopsis of the Bund Center report, and I was saying that information should be in the executive summary because most people are not going to read the full final report. So anyway, excuse me on that. So we can entertain a motion to approve the final Bund Center report. And it's already a motion on the floor. It's been seconded, so I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Yes, I will move on action item number 13. I will begin with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown? Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford? Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Member John Sawyer, you're recognized.
I don't think I was called.
Oh, Jesus. Thank you.
Just for the record.
For the record, thank you. So the next item on the agenda is a break. We can move forward to power through this. The next item on the agenda is item number 15, final discussion and vote on the full final report, task force recommendations for educating the public. Are there any comments, questions? My change is that any explicit reference to a docuseries needs to be deleted. Okay. So we can entertain a motion to approve item number 15, as amended with the deletion of any explicit reference of the docuseries.
So moved.
It's been properly moved by Member Scott Lewis and properly seconded by Vice Chair Brown to approve action item 15 with the amendment to delete any explicit reference to a docuseries. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing none, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you. I will begin by calling on Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown? Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Grills? Member Grills abstains. Member Holder? Member Holder abstains. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. Why is this? Member Bradford votes aye. Sorry, Member Bradford. Member Bradford votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present in voting. There were 7 ayes, 2 abstentions, no nays.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There were 7 ayes, 2 abstentions, and no nays, and thus the ayes have it, and the motion carries. We'll turn to action item number 16, final discussion and vote on the full final report, Part 9, Compendium of Statutes and Case Law that contributed to an unjust legal system. There a motion to, is there a second? It has been properly moved by Senator Bradford and properly seconded by Vice Chair Brown to approve action item 16 as presented. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing none, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Yes, beginning with the chair, Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Chair Brown. Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There were 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions, and thus the ayes have it, and the motion carries. We'll now turn to action item number 17, which is final discussion and vote on the full final report executive summary. I have a point of clarification. Attorney Newman, can you remind me, is this the part of the report where initially that Sonia Sotomayor Race Matters quote was in?
I don't frankly recall, but I know we took it out.
And what did you replace that quote with?
I don't exactly remember. We're gonna look at right now. We can come back to it if there are other issues, but we'll look for that. And I don't remember. Do you remember exactly where that was, Chair Moore? We'll search for it and come back to it. No, the one, it's not there, but I will search for it and I see where it was and see what it was replaced with. Or actually, it was taken out and we can follow up with you right after the meeting. If you don't want to use time right now, we can follow up with you on it, but we have taken it out. You instructed it and I think there was a vote on it, and so it's out.
Is there any discussion on the matter? I have a discussion or a comment or a point to include. We already voted to include in the footnote where we reference in part 5 the community of eligibility. We voted to insert as clarified by the author, Secretary of State Shirley Weber. I'm voting to, I would like to entertain a motion to also incorporate that footnote. Anytime in the executive summary, there's a reference to the community of eligibility. that it be added as clarified by the author, Secretary of State Shirley Weber. No, because there's a motion on the floor. Okay. So the motion on the floor is to approve it as presented. Dr. Grills, are you willing to do a friendly amendment to add that footnote? No, you're not. Okay. So is there any other discussion on the matter? Okay. So I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote. Abstain.
Madam Chair abstains. Vice Chair Brown,
To approve the executive summary as presented. No, to approve.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There are 8 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 abstention.
Thank you. There were 8 ayes, 1 abstention, and 0 nays, and thus the ayes have it and the motion carries. So that concludes most of the substantive items in the agenda. So the next item on the agenda is right. Before we do so, again, this is the time now that we're talking about the final report to again entertain a motion where in the report there's references to the community of eligibility that we reference as clarified by the author, Secretary of State Shirley Weber. And since we already voted to do that for part 5, then Attorney Newman, we can follow up to make sure that that's incorporated throughout the report.
Yeah, I think that was just the vote. I think that was just the motion that was voted on.
No, the motion was to approve it as presented. I asked Dr. Grills for a friendly amendment. She said no. Then the vote was passed right. And so now I'm making a reference that we did already in part 5 say we're going to add that language. So we might as well just entertain a motion to apply that language throughout the interim report and see what happens. I mean, throughout the final report and just see where the vote goes. So is there a motion? Is there a motion to, throughout the report, since we voted on it for part 5, throughout the report where there's references to the community of eligibility, we add as clarified by the author, Secretary of State Shirley Weber? Is there a second? It's been properly moved by Member Montgomery Stepp and properly seconded by Vice Chair Brown, that where we reference the community of eligibility in the report, as we already voted in part 5, that we apply that to the rest of the sections in the report as relevant or as relevant. Is there any discussion on the matter? Member Scott Lewis, you recognize.
Saying that every time that there's an instance where we reference the community of eligibility, we add a footnote about Secretary Weber?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I might not add Dr. Weber specifically. I would reference the legislation that got us here. And I would reference AB 3121.
But remember, over a course of a year and a half before we decided who would be eligible for reparations, we were all kind of, needed clarity for why, for clarity around what the statute actually said. So again, I read through the entire minutes for all the past 2 years, and it was actually Member Jones Sawyer and Member Bradford who recommended that we invite Secretary Weber to give us clarity about what the actual bill language meant and said. So October 2021 meeting minutes. Member Jones Sawyer stated that the topic of community of eligibility should be a priority for the task force to study, get help from experts, and that Dr. Weber could be invited to a future meeting to explain her intent directly to the task force members. He attested that Dr. Weber fought hard for every word in the bill and that every word was deliberate. That's in the October 2021 minutes. Member Bradford agreed with Member Jones Sawyer as someone who discussed the intent of the bill with Dr. Weber and who voted for the bill. He agreed that Dr. Weber could be invited to share directly her intent of the bill regarding eligibility. Vice Chair Brown moved that the Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber, address the task force regarding the topic of community of eligibility at a future meeting. The motion was seconded following the discussion, and it passed. Member Scott Lewis, you're recognized.
So I completely appreciate and recognize the need to elevate the definition of eligibility with the kind of influence and even authority of Dr. Weber. I do want to say, though, that if we as a task force mean anything, we should feel confident enough that as a body, we have defined eligibility, and that should be enough. If it's not enough, then we have a problem. If it's not enough, then we really have a problem. Because the truth is that AB 3121 could have directly decided on eligibility, but instead they asked us to decide on eligibility. And listen, and I understand that a lot of people worked very hard to get where we got with AB 3121 with special consideration. And at the very first meeting of the task force, we all wanted to know what this meant. And eventually we got some clarity from Dr. Weber. And we voted for eligibility on the basis of lineage. And so I understand what you're trying to say. I understand what that means. But I want us to advance the authority of this task force. We have a footnote that provides clarification. In one section, that's fine. But to be fair, that's not how footnotes work. Right? So what we can do is we can say that at the first instance of eligibility in the final report, we have a footnote there that mentions Dr. Weber. And that then carries forward that every time there is an instance of eligibility, the explanation of that footnote carries forward.
And thank you so much, Member Scott Lewis, because that was the insertion that I put into the draft section. The first instance where eligibility is referenced, I did put as clarified as, by Secretary of State Shirley Weber. It was the California DOJ who rejected that insertion and told me if I wanted it to be included, it would have to be in the form of a motion. So here we are today.
But it's in there, right?
So
where did it
change it to move it up to the first instance then? As I said, as I requested to the DOJ 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
I did well, okay?
Okay.
Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the task force, may I have your attention? I just might say something. Except those whom I told, I want everybody who's heard of Reverend Josiah Henson. Hold up your hands. Nobody that I told. Everybody who is here under the sound of my voice, who's ever heard of Reverend Josiah Henson. Well, I have to give all of you F minus. This is the reason why we need to be careful about being historically accurate and telling the truth. You heard about Frederick Douglass, who was an AME Zion preacher. And Harriet Tubman was his sidekick and good trouble. You heard about Booker T. Washington, but you never heard of Reverend Josiah Henson. Why? Because white arrogance did not want you to ever know the truth, the whole truth about what we as Black folks have done in spite of that hellish, horrifying experience of enslavement. They didn't want you to know that we really were achievers. Well, I give you the answer. Reverend Josiah Henson was born in 1789 in Montgomery County, Maryland. And this evil white enslaver, this doctor who was his enslaver, caught him one day on that plantation with a spelling book in his hand. And he looked at him and said, using the N-word, "Where did you get that spelling book from?" He said, "I bought it from the fruit that I've been selling." And he grabbed a stick and beat him across his left shoulder. That left him deformed for the rest of his life, even though he lived to be 93 years old. He fled from enslavement in Kentucky after he was sold down there. Kept on fighting up to Ohio. And way back in 1830, before the Civil War, built up at Don, Ontario, Canada, a whole community, which there was a school, there was economic empowerment, and our people were thriving. He went to England twice to speak to Queen Victoria about the evils of slavery in America and all of the hardship and horrors that he went through. And he spoke also to the Archbishop of Canterbury. The point that I'm making is, this man was a builder and excelled in spite of the hellishness and horror of enslavement. But you never heard about it. And you know what else? Harriet Beecher Stowe stole his Uncle Tom's Cabin. That was his autobiography. And she got notoriety. And when Abraham Lincoln met Harriet Tubman, He looked at her and said, "So you the little lady who got this Civil War going, which was about slavery and not about states' rights." Thank you for indulging, but I think I did something here today. With all this man did and led over 100 people to liberation to Canada, was beaten, was sick, and lived to be 93 years old, and some of us don't even make it to 25 or 50. So, brothers and sisters, let's get with it. Be strong, like Josiah Henson was. And don't let nobody mess with our thinking for ourselves. He built a community that empowered Black folks.
Right. So
That's what he did.
call for
Go
the
ahead and call for it.
go for it, okay, but remind the motion on the floor was to include reference to, as clarified by Shirley Weber, in sections where it refers to the community of eligibility. But then during the discussion, I just want to recap. There was a discussion where you said that's not how footnotes work, and how if that's going to be the case, then it needs to be at the first instance where it's mentioned. So who made the motion again? Will you accept a friendly amendment to the motion to state where in the first instance community of eligibility is mentioned, that's where the footnote regarding to Shirley Weber will be placed? Okay, so Member Montgomery Step has accepted that friendly amendment. Now there's been a call to the question. Now we can turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
I'd just like to get clarification so we know exactly what our instructions are in the drafting, which is previously we had a discussion and a vote to include Shirley Weber as referenced in a footnote. So I want to make clear, are you now telling us to include Shirley Weber in that footnote at the first mention of the task force's vote on lineage?
Yes.
And that's it? Okay.
Yes, because it'll apply globally wherever community of eligibility is mentioned throughout
So
the
it's
report.
modifying the earlier vote that was had to just say the first time.
The first instance.
Great.
Okay.
So the first one only. I will begin with the vote with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Step. Member Montgomery Step votes aye. Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There were 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you. There were 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions. The ayes have it and the motion carries. So we are about on time, so we can move to the next item on the agenda, which is the planning of our last and final meeting. We can do that now, or if you guys want to take a little break. All right. Okay. So the next item on the agenda is June 30th, 2023, meeting location and agenda. So the location has not yet been chosen, as well as the substance of the meeting. So does any task force member want to start off the discussion in terms of what you all may think the last meeting should look like? Member Jones Sawyer, you are recognized, sir.
So it's come to Mr. Bradford's attention and my attention that on June 30th will be the day that we in the assembly have the official change from one speaker to another, from Speaker Rendon to Speaker Rivas in Sacramento. We're worried that because of the press that will be out for speaker change, because it's a pretty big deal in California, that we may not get the publicity and what we want. And we're recommending that we move it up a day to the 29th and then have it in Sacramento, because that's where Mr. Bradford and I will be in Sacramento. We both have to be in session to vote. But probably most important, that we have the actual turning over the document on the 29th at Dr. Shirley Weber's, Secretary of State Weber's facility and auditorium. She is the original author. I think it would pay homage to her. We may also get some other statewide officers or African American to attend, and we can then have the full attention not only of the entire assembly, the Senate, but hopefully the state and the country that day, and not have to compete with the changing of the guard in the assembly. There's been some preliminary talk with Dr. Weber and her office about the availability of using her auditorium. I believe we got preliminary okay to do that, but this would not delay us from being able to print the report. But probably the most important thing, well, the two most important things is, one, to make sure that the press is focused just on this and reparations and nothing else. And then two, to have Dr. Weber there when we do that would really be, I think it would be the culmination for her and her career, and really a way to celebrate with her the accomplishment of something she set out 2 years ago.
Any other discussion? Thank you, Member Jones Sawyer, for those remarks. Is there a motion if we want to just accept?
A motion that we accept John Sawyer's suggestion
Is there a
that we'll
second?
meet in Sacramento on the 29th of June.
It's been properly moved by Vice Chair Brown and properly seconded by Member Scott Lewis that our hearing be moved to June 29th and the location be in Sacramento. Is there any discussion on the matter? I have a question, Councilman DJ. When will this final report actually be published and released?
The final day of your meeting is when it'll be published, the 29th. Yeah.
So, okay. That makes sense. No, I was gonna ask, like, could it be in Los Angeles if we just move it up a couple of weeks or something like that? Because I'm like, I don't know. Is there a lot of Black folks in Sacramento that are gonna come out and other folks that are gonna come out? If we have. Okay, so there is a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing none, we'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Okay. Member Grills. Member Holder. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 7 members present and voting. There were 7 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions.
There were 7 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions. The ayes have it and the motion carries. We'll now turn to number 19, which is discussion and potential action item unfinished business. You're recognized.
The other piece to that item was to set the agenda for that meeting, and we put it up on the screen. It's also part of the meeting materials, but that is a draft for your consideration, but we need to vote to approve that as well.
Much, Attorney Brown, for that. One addition that I think would be good would be if we add, because I know, I think in September, we said we were going to organize an evening testimonial event where, the community of eligibility would be able to share their personal testimonies about the different atrocities that they've experienced that correspond with the chapters in our report. And so I do think we have some time to plan for that. We have about 2 months until that last meeting where we can add between 3 and 4 an agenda item where we invite 13 people, so to speak, or 12 people corresponding with each chapter in our report: enslavement, political disenfranchisement, racial terror, racism in the environment and infrastructure, the pathologizing of the Black family. We invite a person to speak to someone who has lived experience with each of those corresponding harms. Since we will have press and we'll have the eyes and the attention of the nation and the globe, I think that would strengthen and bolster, again, the import of this final report. So I'm willing to, work to identify. And in fact, again, we were already supposed to have this in September, but I think the comms group pushed it to February and it never happened. And there are people who were already identified, like, I won't say their names, but I think Elmer Fonta and some other folks, descendants of folks who were enslaved in the state of California, who are eager to share their testimony to the task force as it responds, as it relates to the different chapters in our report. So I think that would just be a really good addition, again, to our final meeting, to hear from 13 individuals, 12 to 13 individuals, where they can share their story as it relates to each of the atrocities that we've defined in the report. I remember, Tamaki, I know that, that was one of your original ideas, I think, with Dr. Grills as well, because you said how that really moved the needle of public opinion and for redress, for the Japanese American redress movement. You all having that testimonial event where testimonies were prepared in order to elicit the maximum emotional response. That event is what really changed the hearts and minds for folks to really support this. And I think this is a great, structure, but I think, adding that part in our final meeting would just would be the cherry on top, to be honest.
I think that's a really good point, because it personalizes, humanizes the story. And this is not abstract policy. This is personal. This is family and ancestral experience. I think that's a great idea. I think it's a question of structuring it so it fits within the agenda. And 13 speakers might be long, but that's something that the advisory committee and other task force members supporting this can work out. I think it's a practical matter. If it lasts too long, it's counterproductive. You lose people's attention, legislators leave the venue. But if you've got great speakers and they're well prepared and it's punchy and succinct, it will be, including that, it will be powerful. It could be, so.
Okay, so
Madam Chair, I'll motion that we would work to put that in place.
there's been a motion. Is there a second? So there's been a motion properly moved by Vice Chair Brown and properly seconded by Member Tamaki that we include in our final meeting an agenda item where we will invite people, particular people, to provide personal testimony on some of the atrocities that we've identified in the interim report.
Together to coordinate this.
I mean, we can work with the comms team, but again, she was supposed to organize it in December. Then she said she pushed it to February, which never happened, and she never gave us an update on when it would happen again. And she's not here today. So
Yeah, so it did get pushed back. You're totally right, Chair Moore. But other things have been happening. And for instance, when the comms consultant came on, we had, let's just take the endorsements of organizations. Maybe we had 40 or 50. Now it's 165 organizations in California, big and small, including yesterday was the California Wellness Foundation. There are, of course, advocates on there. There's civil rights organizations. Folks here have been responsible for that. But there's been basically a lot of work done in terms of getting the awareness out. And so suddenly this endorsement thing has really accelerated. And so I think that's a lot of where the focus has been in getting the social media out, getting the speakers organizing events and this sort of thing. So yeah, it did get pushed back, but it was not as if nothing was done. So I just want to sort of round that out. But I think in terms of timeliness, I think you're absolutely right. June 29th, when we submit the report, is probably the time of maximum coverage anyway. So I think it works. And the comms team should be involved in shaping this with the help of task force members.
Member Scott Lewis and Senator Bradford will be working on that with her. Scott Lewis, you're recognized.
We will provide the appropriate and necessary support as the communications advisory group should. I mean, I think, so Shauna Charles understands that, the task force is asking her to do a variety of things, and there will need to be a question around funding some of this stuff. And I think, however that works, there's no money. But I think in terms of organizing something, on location, perhaps in a somewhat conventional way, I think the comms group will be able to facilitate that. But there is a question of, depending on what you want to do, right, and what that costs. That's what needs clarification.
Yeah, just to clarify, the comms firm is still contracted to work with us until June 30th, 2023,
exactly
right? So I mean,
And so
she's going to work to support this effort regardless, because it's going to be an agenda item in the meeting. So she has to publicize the meeting.
No, that's exactly right.
So it's
And
no
so-
funding, you know. So, but what I was gonna say is, and I think the motion on the floor, the spirit of it was Vice Chair Brown wanted to work with me to help identify the people who will be giving that personal testimony. And then, of course, by virtue of her job duties, she will inherently have to publicize it because it'll be an agenda item for our final meeting.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So the publicity of the activities is within the remit of the Charles Group. But what I'm saying is the organizing of the activities is a separate issue. And so that's what I'm saying that we need clarification on. So if you're asking the Charles Group to organize this event, that does actually introduce questions of funding and what have you. But if you're asking Charles Group to publicize an event that the task force is organizing, then that's entirely appropriate. Yeah.
Yes, we are asking the comms group to publicize our final meeting. That's in her job responsibilities. So in terms of actually inviting and picking the folks who are going to give personal testimony, the suggestion is that me and Vice Chair Brown work together on that piece.
Yes, because I mean, to my mind, this will function like our witness panels had in the first year of our meetings. So I think in that regard, it's very reasonable to suggest that we do this.
So there's already been a motion on the floor and it's seconded. Is there any discussion on the matter? So I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you. I will begin the roll call with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Member Grills. Member Holder. Member Holder abstains. Member Jones Sawyer. Aye. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 7 members present in voting. There are 6 ayes, 1 abstention, 0 nays.
There's 6 ayes, 0 abstentions, and 0 nays, and thus the ayes have it, and the motion carries.
1 abstention.
Oh, sorry, excuse me, 1 abstention by Member Holder. Thank you for that. And yeah, so the ayes have it, and the motion carries. So I'll turn to the next item on the agenda, which is discussion and potential action item, unfinished business. Attorney Brown, you're recognized.
Okay. We don't have any other items to discuss. I just wanted to clarify on the last vote that was taken that you and Vice Chair Brown will work with the comms firm directly on planning this event because we don't want to create a Bagley-Keene violation if you're working through Bradford and Member Lewis. So it should be either the advisory committee works with the comms to plan it, or if Vice Chair Brown and yourself are going to plan it, then you'd have to work directly with the comms firm.
No, it would be indirect because again, her role already is to publicize our final meeting. And we voted that we're going to include, public testimony. So all she has to do is publicize the final meeting, and in her publicity mention, we're also going to have, as part of our final meeting, a section where we will hear personal testimony from people with lived experience.
Yeah, no, that's
and then
fine.
when the agenda item is public, if we publicize the names of those people, then she could amplify or augment her publicity to mention those names and their stories.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to be clear that it wasn't working through that advisory committee, and DOJ does not have a role in that process. So we'll just agendize it, and then you'll do whatever you do to get the people there. Okay.
Is task force member closing remarks and meeting adjourned. Vice Chair Brown, do you have any closing remarks? No. Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
Well, I want to just thank the Department of Justice again. I mean, the amount of work that was produced, just going through these pages and being able to harmonize them in a way that makes sense, because there's numbers of attorneys, each authoring different sections, each working, to incorporate the feedback of task force members. It is a monumental job, and I'm getting emails at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. during the weekday and on weekends. So I have a sense of how much work has been involved. And it's one of these things where people have to believe in the mission in order to do this. And so I think when they signed up for this kind of work within the Civil Rights Division, this is something that they wanted to do as a personal and professional mission. And it shows in the work. So I think it's terrific. And I just wanted to give props to the Department of Justice on this.
Thank you, Member Tamaki. Any other closing remarks? Again, I'd also like to thank Mills College for hosting us. I'd also like to thank the community of eligibility for attending and sitting through today. I know it might have been tough in some spots, but I just want to say to stay encouraged, and history is repeating itself. There is, when we think about Callie House and Isaiah Dickerson and what they had to go through, it was actually federal agencies like the U.S. Postal Office, the U.S. DOJ, the U.S. Pensions Office that worked to hinder the freed people's movement for pensions. And so just stay encouraged and know that justice will prevail at the end of the day.
The way it currently stands, forced labor, slavery takes precedence over rehabilitation and public safety.
Oh, by the way, while the Biden administration gives reparations to everyone but freed people, look at the billions he has run over to Ukraine.
We don't have black grocery stores because if you think about it now, just to get in that supply chain, it's almost unheard of.
They don't want the truth to get out. Okay? I don't want to know what my family did or what all these people did and all this stuff like that. Okay? You read that 500-page report.
There's this thing called white superiority and black inferiority. That mindset allows all of the behaviors that we've seen across generations, allows for the construction of these policies and practices and systems and structures that continue to oppress us. This is not a handout. This is a debt that is owed.
Allensworth was like the internet of his time in 1904, 1905.
The total black population in California is about 2.6 million, and then of that, the descendants compose about 2.2 million of that. So California, with a multi-billion-dollar surplus, can absolutely afford to satisfy the international terms for reparations, beginning with compensation.
Any financial obstacle that exists that impedes the success of increasing financial prosperity needs to be dealt with and eliminated.
No matter where we've been, no matter what part of this fight we've been in, we've been harmed, and we've had harm done to us specifically.
When I got to Los Angeles, this was some of the worst segregation I'd ever seen. And remember, I'm telling you, I'm from Mississippi.
Because as you can see, I'm giving you broken history right now, but I had to give it to you guys today. I said, no, I got to show them this because it's so precious and nobody really knows about it.
Black people don't have that kind of luxury. Our historically black communities have been redistricted multiple times.
Now listen, if you can't handle the TR roof, don't tune in.